Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful time. You can call me Dragon, and today we will be working on MonsterStone and getting some more sounds implemented. Because where we left off yesterday was that we had a lot of trouble, but I managed to figure them out. And the next step is to, well, try and get all the rest of the UI sounds in, which I did make a status of yesterday before the end of the stream. And there's still a lot of stuff that needs to be done, but when is that not the case, pretty much? So, without further ado, let's get into it, because that's how you get stuff done. Minimize OBS, because technically don't need that. And we do have all the things that I need open, so let's get into it. Now, let's just do a brief reminder of what it was we needed to do today. And I've decided to disable the chat overlay on the main monitor here today, just to see how that works, because having it on top of the white background kind of didn't really make much sense. So having it in this restream chat that I need to have open myself so that I can see what you guys are writing anyways, makes a bit more sense, though it's not as pretty, but it works. Yeah, so these were the UI sounds we implemented yesterday. Hover on button sounds and sounds. Somehow I need to look into this one more part of this thing, because if it means that the parts of Wise are installed twice and it's causing issues, then that's not good. I mean, I haven't encountered anything yet, so hopefully not. Yeah, there's all these dialogue boxes that need to get some UI sounds onto them. When we go into C view, that's probably one of the easiest ways to work with this. Then I can actually click. Oh shit, I'm so far away now. Yeah, they've got like all these alpha message UI things. Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit annoying. Let's do this. Because yesterday I made the point that it would be nice to have all the code in one place on one program, and I did that for the idle clicker in here. Yeah, and then we made this on trigger thing. It's custom events. Present gets call and triggers these events based on which one it is, the click or highlight, which works. But for that to work, unfortunately, I do need to have some kind of reference to the actual UI element in question. And preferably, I would have all this handled on, like, I guess it would make better sense to put it on the individual buttons, because then I can just add those, like, one universal solution instead to those things, and then trigger them like that instead of inserting it in everywhere like this. Yeah, I don't think there's any way around it. I do need to make a holograph for that. Okay, well, that doesn't mean that what we did yesterday was a waste of time, but I think that is probably the better approach, because then I can just make like one thing for it, and then I will need these references, for instance. Well, I need the button event references, but that's about it. So it knows what to call, basically. All right. I'm trying to think, is there any reason to have it on the idle clicker then? Because if that is not the case, we might as well just remove it all together. Ooh, I got like a sneeze coming up. Jeez. It's a bit cold here today, but it's also raining. Alright, so what we want are these sound events down here. So let's just cut those out for now. And then we'll need a new flow graph and a C# script to contain those variables for the buttons. So far, I haven't had any need to put any code on the actual buttons themselves because Unity's own UI system is quite flexible. But the thing is, I could probably just use AK, like Audio Kinetic Wise's own things, because they do have trigger, enter, and like mouse down, for instance. Oh, mouse enter and mouse down. But I don't know if they work for UI elements, for one. And if I need to add more functionality down the line, then I would have to redo it from scratch anyway. So I don't really like the idea of using those pre-built scripts especially since I'm using Bolt for my code. So let's make a new shop script and let's call that button audio feedback. Button interactions maybe. That's kind of what it is, but what do I have here? I already have something that's called something button interaction, but what's that? What does it do? I see, also have a float graph here. So let's see here. Highlight scaling, enable highlight scaling. Okay, what's in this graph? I have a feeling I think I know what it is. Is this, I think, might be... Yeah, I remember this. Yeah, I remember this. This is like a script I made for like a test thing some while ago, making a very flashy button that does all kinds of stuff. Like it scales up and down, and whenever you press it, it also causes the screen to shake. I wonder how flexible that is. I think it is like yeah, it's got like toggles for everything, so it can just like not do that. And then just reuse that, like add the functionality of the Y stuff to this. Because that was kind of the whole idea of making this animation script, interaction script, now that I remember, was exactly to like make all the options, well, optional. So that you had what I could have one button interaction script and flow graph, and then just probably do everything in there. And then based on what features I wanted, I can just enable and disable them. Well, what's the best way of messing around with this? Main menu. Button container. Then let's just take the new game button, I suppose. And then add the button interaction script. Can I not do that? Oh, it's because it has to be added down there. And can I do just drag and drop on that button for the flow? Nope, I cannot. Flow machine. And then we wanted the button interaction effects. Right. Affected game object. Button. It's got a bunch of stuff in here. My guess is that the button is itself. I think I don't know exactly why I made it like that. I mean the main reason or the main functionality of that just means that I can have this script not on the actual button itself, but on like a like an outer layer if I want to, and then just drag the reference to that actual button in there. To say like I had the actual button further in, but I want to put the button on top of like a bordered box or something. Then I can put the button interaction effects on the box, but then drag the actual button itself in there as a reference. That is probably what it is. Everything is disabled by default, so there's nothing there. And I literally don't have to touch any of that either. And now we can just open this script. Because again, most of what my scripts usually are is just, they just contain variables that are serializable. That is literally all they do. There are a few exceptions to this rule though. My voice is already dying. Well, I did just get out of bed not too long ago, so pardon me, but I think my voice needs to warm up. Add that wise header. I do like that idea at least. That's pretty much all we need. We just need the Y sound events. All right. So far so good. Now where do we start? I think the best thing to do is to first go into the title clicker and sort of undo some of those things we did the other day. Yes. Plot those out for now. I know they're small, but let's just start there at least. Go to this button effects thing. Just leave that there for now. Let's go and remove the remainder of all the stuff that's currently non-functional. Okay, because and I think this is the reason why I think this is probably a better way to do it, because otherwise there's so many like weird places that I'll need to add all these individual triggers instead, just to make a button make a specific sound that's supposed to be very generic. And that's not really a good solution. It worked for testing, but I think for practicality's sake, it's probably better to make it more generalized. Just clean this up a little bit. This is music player, that is fine. That is supposed to be there. And we also affected other UI elements, if I recall. So there's this exit game thing here, which has that very simple interaction that just, oh, when you press on this button, quit the application, period. Like at some point, the reason why it's in there is that it enables me to some point, like say, oh, I want you to, and I could actually do that as well, like trigger a save before exiting, right? But yeah, not entirely sure how that would work without putting the thing at the end of this flow graph for the saving. Otherwise, it might just initiate the save, but then immediately terminate the program and then corrupt your file. So probably that wouldn't be a good idea. This is just a test super unit for Wise. Okay. What else? What else? I don't think we touched much else, did we? Because it was just the save, load, new game, and the exit button that had the sound. I think that's all we need to do for now. In the idle clicker. So where do we go? New game button. Right, so we do already have the button here on pointer ender, and we also have a on pointer click down there. And in theory, I could just use the same idea of sending the events, so that if on pointer ender and all that stuff, then trigger the events. And I could also put in the bools like, should it do like a feedback sound, and if it's yes, then call the events. Or heck, I could also feed them directly into this, which would be a bit more messy looking, but it would work just the same. And I think that's like a side effect of how I made this script back when I was just messing around with it, because this was never like cleaned up. Like there's a lot of just free floating code that's not documented on exactly what it does. So it's just like, oh, do you want the highlight effect? Yes, and then you just need to sort of follow this logic here. But then like there's also some stuff in here I see. Do highlight scaling. Okay. I see. That's a bit of a problem, optimization wise. I could just disconnect that for now because I'm not intending on using this highlight scaling. But obviously, you know, you don't want to be doing all these calculations every frame if you're not intending on using this function for this object. You know, because that means every single button would have this happen every frame, which might not be a lot for like, you know, a few buttons, but it adds up real quick. Dun 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 dun. There are ways that you can deal with that though. I'm just trying to remember how that works with bold again, because I've done that in the past where it basically like loops, but it's only allowed to continue looping if a condition is true. I can't remember how to do that though. If I go into the idle clicker, there should be like somewhere an example of how I did that in the past. Maybe on save loading if I'm lucky. Trying to remember. Might also be on initialize first level. The for loop, that's not what I'm looking for. Here we go, toggle flow, because that's just what they're called. Need one of these, which are really cool. Go to the new game button. So this thing here, basically you can feed a flow through this, and then based on various conditions and states, it's allowed to continue. So if we feed it up through here, the update event, so every frame it updates, then if I do like this, send the on node forward, then it'll only continue if this is basically on. And by default, I can set it to not be on. And then I can do a on pointer ender doing like, should I do the highlight effect? If yes, you know, true, then set this to on. And this only gets called once every time it enters the thing. So in theory, I could actually take this directly. Though I do need a sequence. So this makes it a little bit easier. There are ways that you can deal with things where you only want it to do this once as well, because you only want to do the on and off thing once. But let me just make sure I get this right. Oh, right, I only need one sequence. And this is when it exits. So if it exits, then it should stop doing the calculation. If it enters, then it should do the calculation. So basically it just does a highlight effect whenever you're hovering over it. As I remember. Highlight scaling. Yeah, so that's pulsating now. I mean, I can show off the effect just so you can see what it looks like, assuming that it actually works. But I would have to set up the variables, and I don't remember all the details on it. Because there's like some animation curves and stuff like that, so you can actually get some fine control over how a button should animate and such. So you could make it wobble or whatever you want, whenever you're hovering over it. Heck, we might even use it for the main menu just to make them more flashy. Interaction effect. I think the interaction effect is enable interaction scaling. Yeah, I remember that. It's also made like so that whenever you click on it, it temporarily scales up. So it's like boing, 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 or whatever you want to call it, like however you want to put that in words. If I recall correctly. I do remember this being a pain in the ass to get right and look awesome, but it does work, or should work. There's always the programmer's go-to phrase, right? It should work. Now, okay, so sounds, that's where we came from. I don't think it needs to be a coroutine. I don't remember if it needs to be a coroutine when you're doing the wise events. Wait, no, it probably has to, because it needs to be able to do that call multiple times on top of each other. So it probably has to, if I remember how coroutines work. Now, there's still the matter of, do I want to use the events or do I not want to use the events? Because all it'll really do for me right now is that it will allow me to make it cleaner. However, before we do that, I do want to have those two extra variables. And I'm lazy, so there we go. Let's copy paste this bool. And let's put it in here under wise. Because then we can have the two bools to toggle those effects. So we just call it enable button click sound event. And button highlight sound event, respectively. Because you can do a null check, of course, and then just run the code to do these sounds, and then if there's none present, then just don't do the code. It does the same, I guess. But this at least allows you to make like one prefab that always has the sound present, but then for some buttons, if you want to like disable that effect, then you can do it that way. It's just a matter of having the options, right? Because I can also implement the bool check, so you don't just in case you forget to assign anything. The null check, I mean. Alright. So for those to become visible, we do need to update our unit options. But yeah, this is probably a way better idea than what I had before. And since I already have this button interaction, I don't see any problem in doing it this way. And whenever I can, I at least try to make it so that like any code that gets executed on any game object, I always try and make it so that it only executes code when it absolutely needs to. That means no update loops that constantly run in the background executing random code and setting variables if you don't absolutely need to. Of course, if I wanted these buttons to animate, you know, when you're not hovering over them, then of course you would have to call this update function all the time. But you could also make that happen with the script, of course, right? You could just have another bool to check, okay, should it animate while not looking or like hovering over it? And then that sort of disables that that flow control thing that we had. But that is currently not necessary. All right. So that gives us the events. Let's actually just enable these. And they are UI events. That's the click sound, and the other one is the highlight. Maybe I should have... I don't know if I want to have those enabled by default. I do like to just... Sometimes it's nice to just have full like control, and well, it's not because you have full control, but rather like, you know, you make sure that you remember to assign things when you actually have to also enable them. Though, you know, it also does also mean that if you don't have like a pre-assigned thing, then someone might forget to add those sounds and such. Now, okay, button interaction, I guess we can just say button highlight sound event, because there's not really any other place that I've got much sound going, so the chance of me finding it this way is pretty good. Of course, we do also get the bool, which we do actually also need. And Bolt has this really weird, well, it's not really weird, it's probably something that some people might be really happy about that Bolt has. When you configure it, when you set it up for the first time, and you can change this of course, but at least when you do configure it for the first time, Bolt asks you if you want the search engine in here to represent all these results and whatnot as code or human text. I think the other phrasing is. So I've chosen code because I'm used to C#, and it made the transition easier for me, because it means I can take like, oh, you know, transform dot game object dot and like look up that stuff, and it'll also show as such, at least as far as I remember. So, you know, if you want to do like a transform, I think I can actually do, yeah, so I can do like transform.gameObject, right, and it'll show me that result. But I can also just see say like a transform, right, game object without the dot, if I can spell. I don't know if it'll do game object transform the other way around. It does. So that's where one of the benefits of using Bolt is that if you forget specific variable names, there's a pretty good search engine that, you know, can help you find exactly what you need. So you don't have to spell the words in the right order with a few spelling mistakes, and it can still like find things for you. And also, you know, because you put it in this way, there's no way that you can misspell it, because it has to be like a unit option that exists that you select, right? So if you do you just can't do spelling mistakes with Bolt. You also can't accidentally forget to put in a bracket, because that's also not a thing, because you just don't put in brackets in this. You can hook things up wrongly in the code, but you know, that's tit for tat, right? I would rather not have to like look through several lines of code and trying to find like a single missing bracket, especially if you have like nested code, right? I'd rather have to like just find that one place where it's not connected, because chances are if you've not connected something, it'll show you in red that or yellow that something is missing. All right, and then the thing is that we could put the bool checks inside the actual code here, these ones, but I actually want to do that before we call the event, because then we only call the event even if we absolutely need to. And the only thing is, I don't know if I can do it if this on pointer ender run as a coroutine is going to cause problems. It might do, I don't know. I mean, it should only be called once every time you enter anyway. So running this as coroutine shouldn't be an issue, but I'm a bit unsure. Same with clicking the button. We can try, and if at some point it breaks, I'll just undo that, I guess. And how do you do a bool check again? Yeah, it's not called it's not called an if statement in here. It's called a branch. Called a branch where you have your flow going in, and then you have your statement that sort of, in this case, is a bool, right? That which is a bool that feeds in, and then based on that, it redirects the flow to either true or false. So it's a little bit different than what you'd expect from like conventional code. We will also need a sequence here, because it needs to be able to divert to the different bool checks. Let's move this over here. This is just an initializer, which that can be run like safely every time regardless of whatever, because it only gets run once. I don't really care about that one. And let's keep the sound effects in this block. I don't know exactly where I want to put them though. But the thing is, all the functional code is right in here right now. So that means if, you know, if I want to change the code, I need to enter there. I could extract it and put it out next to all of this stuff, but realistically all this functional stuff should also be put into like a super unit. Anyway, and we also need another one for you. So this is the highlight sound, which will then trigger the highlight sound, which is going to be used for the on pointer ender. Then we want to do the highlighting. So basically goes up. Am I allowed to continue the flow if it's like the bool is enabled? Yes, then trigger the event. Simple stuff. Move you down a little bit. And we also need a sequence down there, so we can trigger different things. independent of each other. Let's actually just move this entire thing down. Yeah, there's also like an event here called interaction scaling that I can call to trigger this effect, like remotely, which is something I experimented on when I was trying to make this into this visual effect for this button back then. Because that means that the button itself can trigger this effect whenever you're clicking on it, but something else can also trigger the effect outside by calling this event onto that game object, this game object basically. But this should do the trick. And we already set this up, right? Yes. So let's see if this works. I don't think I forgot to remove anything in idle clicker, so this should work, hopefully, without crashing and burning. Only one way to find out. Oh, gotta get that comfy blanket. Now, having set these variables here, and I don't remember what the scale is. I'm kind of curious to try and revisit that effect. If I'm lucky, I still have my testing canvas somewhere. Here, I have my UI test canvas. And if I go in here, there should be a button or whatever. Spawn bag button. Oh, right, this is a different thing. This is something completely different. Yeah, we got it though. We got some variables and stuff. So if I, for funsies, and I really want to get that script further up in this list, can I do that? So I'd like to have my variables that I change regularly at the very top. Ish. Yeah, let's just put it all the way up. Because I don't care about canvas render and all the things that I only set up once. That was not what I wanted to move. Wait, there we go. And there. So I do want to see what this looks like with the highlight effect, because maybe it might be something that I actually want to keep. If I remember correctly, isn't there a way for me to... Yes, I can go new. And the same on this one. And this is why I did the animation curve. Like I really fell in love whenever I figured out how animation curves works in Unity, because it's like such a useful tool when you want to animate something and you want to do it in engine rather than, like, you know, baking it into a 3D model or 2D asset or whatever. So just doing it at runtime. And That means that I can go in here now and just add those particular animation curves that I use. Because those were fine. Okay, let's see here. 3 and 0.2. Affected game objects. That's why I did this way. This is like, yeah, so the affected game object, for instance, is like, oh, what object do you want to scale, right? And the button is, well, the actual where the button is. So if it's like nested in a hierarchy with like background images or overlay effects or whatever, you do want to animate the outermost layer, right? Because that is the whole button. Otherwise, you're just scaling the button itself up and down and highlighting it or whatever. So in this case, though it would be the button itself, that would also be the affected game object. Let's just see how this works. Because I'm genuinely curious. I'm pretty sure I also implemented screen shake for that effect. Or was that for something else? Not exactly sure why it got like really big, but yeah, this is the effect. So it basically scales the object in and out. And all the other effects on the buttons stay the same, right? So if you use any of Unity's UI elements, options and such for the effects, they just stick. And then whenever you hover away, it just resets the variables. Nice. But why did it do the whole... weirdness thing when I started the game? Because basically what I do is that I store the initial scale of the object, and then that's what I manipulate at runtime. Yeah, it gets like really big just to begin with for some reason. I wonder why that is. It's possible because I'm not doing all of this. So these variables don't get initialized. You can see here whenever I'm hovering over that button, it does those calculations. So my guess is there's something in that calculation that's just making it so that right when you start the game, some of these variables are like messed up, would like for better description. Highlight scale. Let me just see here. Because I actually kind of like this effect for the main menu. It's kind of cool. Makes it a little bit more visually pleasing to me. Okay, so the highlight scale right now is 0. And then the current interaction scale immediately or gradually builds up to 1. If I start those at 1, does that mitigate the issue? Because that's what my guess is. That it's basically like one thing says, oh, I need to make this object larger, but the scaling factor or whatever is off in the beginning, and then it goes like, and then it scales down, and then it works. There we go. It was exactly that. Interactions. Yes, and then when you click them, it also goes like blink. So that's actually kind of cool. I like that. I like that a lot. That's cool. I'm keeping it. The cool thing is I can just not use that effect for these other elements, you know? And then we do a float. This is the cool thing about Bolt, is that you can do programming while the game is running and it'll stay. And you can also test if it actually works. So if direction is not equal to 1, then we need to wait. Then when that is true, it will continue for and then you can turn it off. See if that works. wait, we can resolve that. Because if interaction affects false, then we can just tell it to skip all of this, because it shouldn't run all this, and then just go up and disable the thing there. Does that work? Oh, I think I know why. Nice. And again, like, just really cool that you can change your code while actually running the game and not having to wait for it to compile things. And that's also why I'm only doing like the variables in the scripts, because that allows me to do it even more efficiently, right? By not having actual code in the scripts means that I never have to open the scripts as well, change code, fix typos or whatever, and then recompile them, right? I can just keep working in Bolt, which is ideally what you want to do if you're using Bolt, like at least almost exclusively. Anyways, so if we copy this component, we should be able to just paste it into these other buttons here. Is there a way for me to fucking... Don't think so. I don't think so. Just need to add the options in there. And yeah, all these other settings are pretty much the same. I mean, if you ever need to change the variables, you can just select all the buttons for which variables you want to change and then change them simultaneously and they'll all take effect, right? So it's not a problem that every single button has all these different variables. It's annoying though that all the script gets inserted at the very bottom here. I also probably should remember to add the flow graph while I'm at it. Button interaction effects. That is the right one, right? Yes. Just making sure. And that one, need it on the exit button. Yeah, this is definitely better than having to set up a reference in the idle clicker. Definitely better. Create its button. I mean, doesn't really is a non-functional, just disabled button right now. I guess we might as well add the flow machine for it. Because why not? Alright, well, let's just make sure it all works. Though I don't see why it shouldn't. I forgot to add the buttons references to themselves. I was like, why is the sound playing oddly when hovering over the wrong buttons and stuff? There we go. I do need to check though if it's actually like also triggering these things when hovering over the disabled buttons, but if that is the case, I'll just deal with it. Yeah, it does. I kind of expected it. That's cool. What's the best way to do this? I guess it's just to disable the effects for those buttons that are disabled. A lot of things to configure though. Just have like one extra bool, like just disable everything or whatever. Just all the interaction effects that overrules everything. Would make it possible for you to set up these things ahead of time and then just disable them while you're working on your game, but I think this should do fine. Stored in each game objects and they get reset every time. So that also means that the effect itself resets whenever you look away. Nice. That's cool. That is really fucking cool. It just works. I need to do that for the save and the return game button as well. Because they are just disabled whenever the game starts and then clicking that new game button or whatever, or actually I think it's the idle clicker that enables it after the level has been loaded even. So let's add the script in here of variables. Move it. Add the references and the flow machine. I mean, these game objects are just entirely disabled, so no need to affect any of the settings. And then we do another one. Might be a bit much with the animation though, now that I think about it. But we'll see how that feels like in the long run. I can always go back and just disable the features that I don't want. It's only because I happen to have it like built for like an old test I did a long while ago. Okay, how do we deal with this? Because this is going to be the same for the save button. Now I'm going to have like two objects that are undulating. Well, I think that might be a good way to do that. Like, we can probably add wow, why can I not find that? Lose track of it. Oh, there it is. Unclick. So if we add another unclick event here, I wonder. Then on click it needs to affect itself. Button interaction effects, because I guess we could set the variables here. The problem is, can I trigger the event from here? Broadcast message. Instantiate nest. Doesn't seem like it. That's unfortunate. Because I was thinking that I might just, you know, change the variables in here. But the thing is, then it won't do the on-click sound. I mean, that's pretty much it. Because I can tell it to like on clicking this button to reset those variables. The thing is, though, that means I have to do it for every single one of these edge cases. Alternatively, something that might also will also work is I add a reference to, for the time being, a UI object, and then I add a if it's not null, if that reference object is not null, then disable, it'll like disable that UI object. But the thing is that that's also kind of problematic, because that means that yeah, that means that I'll have to add like the possibility to both enable and disable UI elements from within the bulb macro itself, which is possible. It's just that, do I make it so generalized that I can take a list of game objects that I want to enable / disable, and then if that list is not empty, then it runs that disable / enable code? I could do that, which would be the most generic solution to this problem, because then anywhere that I need more than one object to be enabled, or another place where I only need to disable objects but maybe also multiples or just a singular one, if I do it with lists of game objects, then then that will work. Because it's just game objects set active after all. So it does mean that this button interaction thing needs to have like more variables stored onto it though. But I guess that's not really that big of a deal because I'm essentially just moving the list for the button interactions up into the actual script, and then I'm triggering them with Bolt instead of Unity's built-in UI system, which I guess is kind of what I expected you would need if you have like more advanced stuff. Toggle game objects. Let's call it that header. And that means we need a, oh, how do you make a list again? Is it just like this and then game object, right? Enable game objects list. But the thing is it game object with small or large? I think it's just like this. Question is, do I want enable first and then disable? I think that's probably the most sensible. Then we'll just call the other one disable. We'll check if the list contains any items, and if it does, then it'll just automatically execute the enable or disable code that I do with Bolt. That's probably the most clean I can make it. I guess the benefit to this is that you also don't have like all those, you don't have to deal with the button thing. Because after all, with the buttons, like Unity's thing here, it's like, oh, it's, what do you call it, like last in but also last out. So if you need to not have like this top feature up here to set active and you say like, oh, no function and all that, then if you want to actually like remove it, you have to like, you know, unassign all these things essentially. Well, I guess you just need to do the no function thing. Like right now it's just like doing nothing and it's referencing nothing. So if I wanted to keep this one down here, right? But the only way to remove that top one is to remove all of it up to that point and then start adding it again, or manually transferring the settings like one step up, which is kind of stupid, not very user friendly, and just makes for potential clutter. But this should make it so that I can have these game objects here at least. So if we say disable, for instance, put that in there. And we'll just use this return a game button as an example to try and get this working first. And then we'll add it to the other buttons. Because of course I'm not breaking any of the current interactions that exist in the game. It's just like a visual artifacting or whatever you want to call it because of code not being executed when it needs to. But it doesn't mean the game doesn't work. At least it doesn't break the whole thing now. And should we just make this in a super unit? Why not? And this is the problem with like code, right? Because now I'm adding more functionality, but it's easier for me to add it into a super unit that I just call like toggle UI or toggle game objects, just like the section on the right. Yes. We add all the code in here and then that's where it is. So this is basically like having, you know, functions, but it's a bit more than that because I guess Bolt doesn't really have functions, right? You don't have code that you can reuse in the same way that you normally do. You kind of can, but also kind of not. If you want to reuse code in Bolt, you have to do it with events and basically have one super unit somewhere that you send those events to, which means that if that is like a generic type of function you want, that can be used by multiple different variants of code or whatever you want to call it, then you would need a reference to that game object and that super unit is located at in order to access it and send the event for it to work. But you could technically do it that way. And now that I think about it, that means there's actually a lot of places in my code right now that I could use that to make function calls, essentially. Why haven't I thought about this before? Oh well, code refactoring, you know. When I started making this game, I didn't know how to use Bolt, so it's one of those cases where you just learn as you go, and then I and most people will figure out better ways of doing things. Enable game objects. So we just need to get the list really. And I wonder if I can just search disable game objects list. Get on the button interactions. Yes. Okay. And then we can actually do this in a bit of a clever way, I guess. Because I don't know how it works if, say, like, oh, I copy this event and, you know, I have it 3 different places. My guess is that code-wise, like on an internal level, these are considered different event calls. So now I'm like calling the button clink event 4 separate times in this, right? But I don't really need to. So if we say input, because we're gonna need not that input. Input in nesting, this is what we need. And we need a control input. Oh, how does this work again? There's the key and then there's the... Okay, I'm gonna go and reference the idle clicker because there's a good chance, but not in there. A good chance that there's like an example in here that I can use. Yeah, all these save slots. They're just called inputs. Right, let's just enter. Oh, maybe that was a bad idea. Oh, right. Because these are kind of... These are weird. The way that I'm doing these save slots. Bolt does not like that. Bolt does not like that. And it makes Bolt really, really laggy for some reason. Or maybe not. Yeah, you can kind of guess why though it would be problematic. It's because there's a lot of back and forth stuff. A lot of flow going on, or however you want to put that. Thought it would have been worse than this. I seem to remember it was worse than this at some point. Nah. Let's go back into where we were. So I just want to call this... Yes. Enter. Right. That's how it works. I honestly can't remember. Is it because it has to be spelled with a small e? Hmm. Been a while since I've set any of these up. Ah. Because I wrote it in the opposite way. I have to put in the key first and then the label, otherwise it doesn't show up, I guess. And... how is it again? Huh. Why is there no... Why does it not have the thingy? What am I missing here? Yeah, because this is like if you want values to go in. Ah, why is that not working? I remove that. What are you doing, Bald? Why are you being such a buggy piece of shit? Honestly, have no idea why. I'm missing something, but what is it? Because the inputs are not showing up like they are here. Inputs flow. Could it be that? Is it because they are not named the same? Maybe. No. Is it because there's no code in here? Let's see. Could be something like that. Actually, wait. I don't want to do a null check. I need to do like a list feature. So we need to check if the collection is... List contains... This is if it contains a specified item. Collects all items in a collection of or numeration. So this gives me the count, right? And then we need to have a branch. And then we do need to do a larger than, greater than, probably. Yes. So let's do one list at a time. Let's just let's actually do the disable because that's what we're testing right now. Now, if this list count is greater than 0, basically if there's more than nothing in it, if there's something in it, then we want to do the for loop for that list. So we iterate over every item in that list. Easy, making a for loop like that. Now, does it actually, it still doesn't show me. Why is the input not showing? I might have completely botched it at some point. Try again. Interestingly enough, there's no like why does it start grayed out? That probably configured as currently ignored. Yes, I know. Why are you being such a buggy piece of shit? Okay. I have no idea. I think I might just have broken some of the Bolt logic. Bolt is not flawless. It does have some bugs here and there when it comes to the UI. I guess when you do things in the right intended order, it doesn't break though. Also, I have a strong suspicion that just restarting Unity would resolve the same issue. But this is what I wanted. I wanted that enter thing here. Because then we can say when we click on this button, we also toggle any game objects if we want to, or if we need to. Whoa, calm down, Bolt. Over there. So in here we need a sequence. And actually I think we want to enable things first and then disable them. That's the benefit of doing it this way, I guess. Because we get fine control over the order in which things happen in a more convenient way than the Unity UI button things. Interactions, I don't even remember what they call. Events. So our flow goes in whenever we press this button, and then we go through those lists, check there are more than 0 items in there, and then if there is actually stuff in there, then we do things, otherwise nothing happens. And what we want to do here is just do a game object disable, actually enabled is the thing that's called, right? No. Is it dot? It's not dot enabled. It's like is active or something, right? It's if I just search active, can I find it there? Set active. That's what we want. And we want to do it on that item for both cases. And this down here was disable, and this is the enable. So we set like this. Of course, tell it to actually do the thing by also telling the for loop to do this action. So yeah, for every object that's in that enable game objects list, go through the loop and then set them to active. Done. That's all it needs to do. Game object. Thing is actually like spelled capital O, isn't it? Just so that this is basically like how you document code in Bolt as well. Or at least group it together. And then, oh, disabling game objects. If you need more functionality, then you can read the title of every single, group together thing, and then you can make out what it actually does that way. So it's a bit different than conventional code, but it is in essence very similar. I guess this doesn't really have to be pretty, it just needs to be like organized a little bit. Alright, so that should make it possible for us to enable game objects and disable them when you press on that button. Cool. And we're not even doing additional steps, like we're just telling the flow where to go and then do things if like it does. I guess it does that count check. I don't know how expensive that is from a Unity standpoint, as opposed to just check if a bool is true or false. I guess this is more expensive because it actually has to check the list. But I don't know how expensive checking indexes is. Probably like negligible in the big picture. I mean, it also only happens whenever you actually press a button. Oh, considering you can only theoretically press one button at a time, it's probably fine. It is probably fine to do it like this. It's a little bit worse when you have like multiple things that happen without user interaction, right? Well, let's see if that return to game button does what it needs to do now. So it doesn't do that because I'm a doofus. We need target game objects to be the last thing that it does. And I intentionally moved everything down so I could put this further up, but this actually has to be the very last thing we do. So that we do all these code executions and then it does this sequence. So it doesn't mean that it triggers all these things simultaneously. It just means that it goes to 0, finishes that, goes to 1, finishes that, which in this case has a wait while, and then it toggles this to off, and then it should toggle the game objects. But let's see if that works. It did, but now we have a delay in there that I don't like. Because now it actually isn't as snappy as I want it to be. Damn it. But that is technically intended behavior, I suppose. Because we want to see that animation happen, right? So if we don't want that animation to happen and don't have that delay, I guess we just disable the interaction scaling. Yep. That makes the UI completely snappy. So it does exactly what we want it to do, actually. Because otherwise, like, you wouldn't see that interaction happening. Oh, okay, and it only happens when we're on the thing. Oh, that's something I didn't think about. Why is that? It's because when we're on the pointer X and when we leave, we toggle this update flow here. That's not good. That is not good. Because we don't want to toggle that flow whenever we leave the pointer. Because if we do, then it's randomly changing that animation value and doesn't actually get to finish the animation. And because it doesn't get to finish the animation, it never reaches 0, which means that this wait while gets stuck until you hover your mouse over the button again. I guess there's one way we could solve this issue. That is to completely skip, like instead of toggling this update here. Then we do it in a different way, but let me just see. sequence is a bit messy, but yeah, if it works, it works. To be really snappy, we just disable that interaction scaling, which means that we still get the animation for the highlight when you hover over them. So that we have conditions. That's kind of cool. I like that. And this was kind of what I was hinting at earlier today, when I said that, okay, maybe for some of the buttons we don't want this. Some of these visual effects because it makes the UI more sluggish. But when we're putting a new game, it's fine because it's something that also takes a little bit longer anyways, and you don't do that often. When we're in the options menu, you just want to return to the game. And of course, you know, I haven't set this up for the other buttons yet. But the idea is to do that for save game as well. Right, well, let's set up the save game button while we're at it. Here. Yeah, because this is a set active thing that was causing the issue. Because just like the other, I need to disable the main menu. Technically, I don't need to do that. But I decided, yeah, the reason why I'm doing it is so that you return back to the game whenever you save. Kind of to also insinuate that you actually finish saving the game. But I can always change that later. Cool. What do any of these other buttons do anyway? Yeah, so now I could technically take all these game objects and then move them onto the button itself to be handled there, to be enabled and disabled. So that I don't have to like deal with all this fucking stuff. Like all these no function things and so. And I can just use this as a reference to set up. I think I actually want to do this. The top one is enable. So alpha message UI, we need to enable that. And then we need the alpha welcome menu. What? The button for it. To disable you. All these are these 5 buttons, I suppose. Yes. So if I remember correctly, this should... Oh. Yes, okay. Let's lock this window real quick. Because that way I should also be able to just say like, oh, take all these 5 buttons and then just drag them into this list. Yeah, this is way like, just look how nice that is, right? Disable game objects list, and you can even collapse it if you don't want to see it, right? Instead of fucking this and then having to, for each and every one, decide what action you want. So That's something I get rid of, which is nice. Sweet. Let's see if it actually works though. I mean, it should. I can still use the button interactions if there's other things I want to trigger, but yeah, I really don't like the way that it's set up. Because it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, it's good when you're getting started with the game and you're learning how to use Unity and such. But ideally you want to make like your own systems for that, so that it can do exactly what you want it to. But yeah, we get this welcome menu here that is a prototype menu that I just enabled. When you close this, there's a thing there that it disables the menu itself, but it enables that button up here, and vice versa when you click that info thing. The reason why I did that is so that when it closes, there's a chance that the player might use the button just appears in the question sign. So instead of it just being like a random button, you have it like you realizing that that button will trigger this menu to reappear, which is just the open alpha thing. Or demo or whatever. What date is this even from? Oh, it's actually not that long ago. Sometime in January, it seems. So, alright. We've got sounds on our main menu, and we've got visual effects to boot, and we managed to overhaul the enable disable button thing. Or actually, it's not just buttons, it's any game object, really. Heck, I can make any button in the game enable like any game object, right? That's kind of cool, because it doesn't differentiate between UI or anything. And it's very much drag and drop. Now, on to the next thing. What would that be? I mean, there's still a lot of buttons that I need to add like some feedback for, in my opinion. Question is, where to start? I also just realized that now if I want to have different sounds for the different buttons, I can just create different events, right? And then just assign them to the buttons. So for the time being, we can just use the same generic sound and then replace them if I ever decide to. But then at least get the implementation in so that there is sound being played. And that's a good thing about using Wise, is that whenever you want to change things, like I can just make a different UI button click or whatever event that isn't just generically called play button click, but like I don't know, open bag or select auto harvester click, something like that, or even make one specifically for every single one of them. But this is fine for now. Yes, then the question is, where are all the buttons located? What's the easiest way to figure this out? Because I've got a lot of UI in the game, and some of how I'm working with it is that I'm just using a very generic UI for a lot of things. And then I just swap out the contents for it based on whatever it is you're interacting with, right? I mean, it's kind of like the most generic approach you can probably do. And even then, there's sort of places that I could probably make it even more generic. Why don't we start with the alpha prototype dismiss button, because that doesn't have any interaction right now. Only thing is, I have to do this outside of runtime to make sure that I don't lose any progress. And then while we're at it, we can also replace these interactions. You have to be disabled. And you have to be enabled. And just remember to remove those. Come on, there we go. Flow machine, button interactions. Remember to add the button, and then that should at least work. Let's just see how it feels like, because this is the first like in-game UI that has this script on it and all the functionality. So it's not necessarily going to have all the animations in the final version, but I just want to see what it feels like. Feedback, right? Especially if you have that effect when you're clicking on it. I think that's gonna stay for now. I like it. Again, this is not like something. Especially with the sounds, like having that. I gotta say, having that audio feedback all of a sudden, all this stuff. It's so nice. Finally having some audio. There's still a lot of things that I need to add. Like I've added one of the generic resources, but I also need to like at some point figure out how to the best approach to add like ambient sounds or things like waterfalls and pools of water and mountain tops and foresty sounds like birds and shit. I've got sounds for all that, but implementing them is a bit more tricky because you have to define like an area and then tell why. So within this area, you need to play these ambient sounds so that when you're close to any of that sort of boundary of speakers or whatever, then it should play the sound. I've looked at how to do that, and it's like a bit finicky because the issue normally is like if you put a sound source like, you know, if we have these fish here, it only play the sound where those fish are located, right? But if it needs to be like a larger area, the way to do it is basically to put down multiple sound sources along like this embankment here, for instance, and then wise tell it that those play the same sound, so to speak, so that if you're within like a certain vicinity of all those speakers, then it plays that sound, and if you're within that area that they cover, then it's like always a similar volume level. But yeah, it's like very finicky, and it has to be per level basis, which is obviously something that's way more time consuming than doing these generic UI sounds. And I should probably have done some other stuff first. Can I turn down my song volume? Is it, you mean on stream? Is it loud? Yes, I can. And I actually forgot to do that. Sorry. But thanks for the heads up there. It's because I don't have any sound volume in game right now for my, like I don't have an options menu. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can see like now on the audio levels here that there we go. That should be a bit more pleasant. It's because when I start my stream, I have like this I use something called SNAS. All right, you're welcome. Thanks for that. Oh, and an ice cream, nice. Thank you very much. It's because I'm using, it's because it's not running over the desktop audio, and the desktop audio is also used for when I start my streams, and I just forgot to turn it back down because haven't been doing these development streams for long, so I'm still getting used to things. But hopefully that is sufficient. And thanks again for the feedback there. I don't know really why, but some people have a tendency to drop by a stream and then just not mention things like that. But I hope you're having a wonderful day and welcome too. No idea how long you've been here, but thanks for dropping by. What were we doing again? Buttons. I mean, we could do it for the resource generators. I just don't remember what buttons I have to access, so let's play the game a bit and just figure that out. That's probably the easiest I can figure out. Because then we should be able to just click on it here in the scene view. Oh. There we go. Auto Harvester UI. And they've got a button out on the highest level. Cool. Okay, they don't have anything in there, so now I know where that is. We can start adding the functionality. They already have a flow machine. Interesting. Oh, and these are prefabs. Crap. Well, let's do it the right way then. Otherwise, I won't be able to move that script around. If I remember correctly, I can have multiple flow machines on the same game object, though. Why does this have tool to update variables, but no settings set to it? Curious. Well, let's add the other flow machine. There's actually very few game objects I have in this game that have multiple flow machines like this. Whether that's like a symptom of too many features in one script, I don't know, but that's probably what it is. Let's go out of that. So I was wondering, okay, so these are signed in here is just because auto harvester button. Okay. Figures. So all of these are utilizing the same prefab. Yes, and then those settings are like what sets them apart. So since I added this button in one place, and the flow machine, right? They should all have it now. Yes, cool. That makes things a bit easier. And there's nothing else I really need to do. Let's give it a go and see what it feels like. Because right now it has all the feedback, the visual feedback and the auditory feedback, which is probably a bit much for on-screen game-based UI that you use frequently. It doesn't have to be as flashy as these new game buttons and stuff. Yeah, because now they're like animating and shit over here. Having the click sounds is fine. I don't know if I want that 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 visual feedback. I mean, it looks okay. It's very subtle for when they're just like undulating or whatever. I mean, it's not because it doesn't work. It's not because it's super resource intensive either. Because it only runs this functionality whenever you're hovering over it and actually interacting with it. Oh shit. Nah, I forgot that one's not shit. Right. I forgot we never fixed the auto combat thing. Maybe I should do that before I move forward and forget about it. Okay, so those are the UI buttons though. Where are they located at again? Trying to remember. There they are. Here we have the auto harvesters. Just put them high up in the air when they're not being used yet, and then you're good. Alright, so this has a bit of a different flow macro than the others. This is an idle fighter, not an idle harvester. Okay, let me just reacquaint myself with what we did in here yesterday. Because we did some stuff here to play those harvesting sounds. But what was it again? Was it on... I think it's on collect resources. We have this auto harvest sound, which posts the event after it sets the type. And then it also plays the secondary resources, but we can look at that later. Let's first see if we can't fix the monster harvester. And this is what happens when Bolt runs into an issue. It highlights things in red. Yes, as expected. So it's because I changed some names around yesterday. So it's not called auto harvest sound switch, but it's called auto combat type sound switch. We should be able to find that under harvesting, and then direction type, is that it? I guess we can use the others as a reference. Interaction method auto. That is fish. Okay, so it's not that. It's like actually the combat types. Yeah, so let's just do claw for now, just so that it has like a default, because that is also the default in the game at the moment. This was the thing that I talked about at the end of the stream yesterday, where probably want to make like a specific sound for the auto combat thing. For the auto harvesters, it's fine to just take the same sounds and then just like make them lower pitch to make them feel more impactful or something, like making them deeper, because they affect like a larger area of things. So it basically makes it sound like the swing sound when you're harvesting. It gets slowed down because of how it works. And because it's like deeper, it feels like you're affecting more things or something. At least that's sort of what it feels like, which is good enough for now. So we need the auto combat type sound switch. This one. And this was just for reference, so that I made sure that all that was in. Yes, and we are missing something in here. We are missing the secondary resource sound. Because enemies and creatures and whatnot, they also have the potential to drop secondary resources whenever they are destroyed or harvested or whatever you want to call it. Whenever they expire, so we need to trigger that here as well. And we do that by adding in a sequence and telling it to do this thing up here. And instead of only instantiating and then progressing in on to assign the variables. It needs to pass through this sequence first. And of course it's yellow because we need to add a reference to what game object to do all this stuff for. And it also needs to post the event on that game object that we're instantiating. And that should be all needed here. So whenever you harvest something completely, there's like a chance that these secondary resources generate. And I just wanted like a sound whenever that happens. That's kind of what it does at the moment. But since the monster harvester and fishing resource harvesters are separate because they work very like slightly differently, so I can't just easily reuse code. I kind of have to do it this way. Part of the reason why is whenever you like do damage to like a tree or a rock or whatever, you are actually harvesting a baseline, like a base resource from that tree, whether it's logs from trees or stone from rocks. But when you're attacking creatures, you don't immediately get resources. You only do that whenever they drop the secondary resources, which is in that case their primary resources, but it's still, you know, internally considered the same. And that's because, you know, the idea is that when you're fighting something, you're dealing damage, right? You're not like gradually chopping up a cow or something. Right. Let's see. It's definitely working. Oop. It's not playing the right sound though. Because it's playing the wood chopping sound. Why is it playing the wood chopping sound? What events do we have? So for harvesting we have manual and auto interaction, and then using switches. It should set the sound that we're playing to the correct one. How's this working again? So interaction method. Oh, let me just change the layout to designer because that's what we need. Okay. Let me just pause the game. So we have auto combat and auto harvesting. If you do auto combat, you go in here and you play a swing sound, and then depending on what switch you use, then you trigger either... Oh, I think I understand now. I think I might know what it is. And let me just reacquaint myself. So manual interaction, that's whenever you do manual harvesting and combat, which has a similar setup where it's called manual armored combat. Right. Where does that combat types cloth come from? Harvesting types, combat types, interaction method, and type. Hmm. Because these are the events, so that's not what I need. It is in here, right? Hmm. Ah, yes. Okay. That's why I'm getting confused. So the manual armored combat here, that is the name of the sound, and then it's in the armored switch here. That's what it is. And it's the same switch for both auto harvesting and manual harvesting. The idea is that on the top level, you say like, oh, should it be manual harvesting or auto harvesting? If it's manual harvesting, then, or after that, you go to the next stage and then decide, should it be like, I think combat or resources, and then if it's after that, then you choose like what material we're talking about. I think that's how it is. Because that was like the most generic, so it's basically like a expanding tree that then you choose A or B at every stage. And you can have multiple choices too, so if I wanted to do like a completely separate type of harvester that has a manual and or auto version of it, then I can do that too, even if it doesn't fall into the categories of resource harvesting or combat. But anyways, yeah, so combat types armored, bone, and cloth. So it is set up to the right thing. So there's a couple of reasons why it might not be playing the right thing. So we get this, we set that, and then we post the auto harvest sound event, which is this one, which is an auto interaction, which is exactly what it should be. So we tell it, hey, can you play a cloth type sound as in within the auto harvesting category? And because it's within like combat types, then it knows that it's combat. Yeah, and the switch here is like the auto method. Doop doop doop. Then why is it not working? Because this is the one for fishing, which plays the correct fishing sound. But why does the combat not play the correct? Like, it doesn't even play any combat sound. It plays a harvesting sound for some reason. I mean, it works for the manual harvesting too. I mean, it's definitely working for the different harvested types, applying the respective sounds correctly. This is just very quiet for the fish because they're very deep sounds to begin with. Why is this not playing the correct sound? What the hell? Yeah, so if I change it to stone, it works. There's like the switch doesn't work. Is that true? For wise? Well, we know that manual is working. It's only the auto combat that's not working. Is it because I haven't assigned? No, not really. They are assigned in here. Auto armored combat is under armored. So when we do auto combat and we have the switches auto for the interaction method, it is competent interaction type and armored. Oh wait, is that what I've got wrong? Have I set the interaction type correctly? Because it could be that I've just set that variable wrong for all of the things and it's working for the auto harvesters because they default to resource harvesting. So it might be the interaction type. I mean, it's even called the same and was set to something else. Okay, this might work. Switches are weird, man. Because like, I mean, they're not weird, but it's hard to keep track of what they're set to. No, it's still not working. Why is it not working? Auto combat type sound switch set to cloth, and then it posts the harvest sound event, which is auto interaction. We basically post the event after setting what interaction types. Am I missing something still? Is it like simply a matter of it could be because I need to do that. This is what I mean. It's like really hard to keep track of what state wise is in at the moment. I think there are ways to debug it, but I haven't quite learned how to use that properly yet. But you can like see in wise, I think somewhere there's like a profiler, right? And you can see all the events that get called. So maybe that would help me debug this in the future. Right now, though, I do think I know exactly what's going on. So it is part of the whole it's defaulting to something problem, right? So in Monster Harvester, we have the interaction type set to combat, but the thing is I'm not Like this is just a reference to a wise event in my script, but I'm not actually doing anything with this right now. It just sits here as a reference. So if we want to actually assign this to this event that we want to post on this game object, we need to set this switch for this game object, which is like a hidden variable somewhere. And we just need to do that once on start, really. Or awake, maybe even would be better. So why don't we do that? On awake. I think I can't remember if there's one that's on awake for bolt. I don't know if it differentiates. That was also not the one. I think it's an event's lifecycle. On enable. Yeah, because it's on the game object itself. So that's like whenever the game object is enabled, that's like on awake, pretty much. It's just called on enable. Okay, so on enable, we want to... Let's just steal some of that logic from in the deal damage thing here. We need to set a value. On the self, and that is the interaction type switch. And we need to get the right one, so we want the one from... Oh yeah, it's always the same one. Never mind. Because it's the same script, it's just different flow graphs. But yeah, on enable, do this. We will call this WeWise initialize sound. I would just call it initialization, but that's really generic. Initialization. Okay. Let's see if that works. Yes, that's what it was. That is exactly what it was. Cool. Technically, we don't need to set it up in the other one, the auto harvester, but for good measure, it's probably a good idea to do it anyway. Good thing is I can just copy paste that node and paste it in here and it'll just work. I don't even need to change the reference to the script because it's the exact same variable that we're accessing. So, easy fix. And I think that's all I needed to do for the auto harvesting sounds themselves when they are hitting things. I will look into actually tuning the audio and mixing that all at some other point, right? So what's next on the menu? Why don't we go back into the game and find another UI object that might need some sounds and other visual feedback and stuff. We could add it to the quick save and load buttons that are currently in, but I mean they're kind of just temporary placeholder buttons for testing the game. Pick these up here. But there's other UI, like for instance when you complete quests and such. but that's gonna be a bit more problematic, I think. Try and go down here and see what we got. Oh, no, wait, it's not. It's not a problem. I was thinking it would be a problem because the game objects, like the actual quests, handlers and stuff like that, is part of the individual levels. But I forget, the UI, that's where we're currently needing to add things. So I've got like a UI for various different functions here. What's the best way to work with this? So you might be wondering why the screen goes black whenever I'm in game mode and go out, right? And that's because I have this layer on top of everything, pretty much, in my UI. I'm trying to find it right now, which is called this fade transition. So if I disable this, it shows the game menu. If I disable the main menu, you get the UI for the game. This is like always enabled in the background. And this currently is just what I have to do every time I want to modify any of these things. I have thought about making like a simple script that just like on game start enables that UI, like on awake, for instance. I haven't done that because I was a little bit in that mindset, like, well, it might be as soon as the game objects are enabled, but what if the main menu UI doesn't always get enabled before or simultaneous to you know, the rest of the game, or the game object itself that would enable that UI, you know what I mean? Because then you would just basically see the game's UI in the background first for a brief frame or something, and then it would show, like, hide everything behind the fade transition. I haven't quite figured out if that is actually true, but maybe like making some simple script for that might be like a, what do you call it, game initialization manager or something. Maybe we can try and make one of those, because it would make, you know, editing all this shit much more convenient. And I could also tell it to like disable any UI that I might have forgotten to disable, because all of these UIs that open up when you interact with different things in the game, you know, they're just disabled to begin with. And then whenever you open something that, or activate something that's supposed to open them, then they show, right? There's all these hidden UIs here. Well, why don't we start from the top? Right, so this one. There's a lot of buttons. There is a lot of buttons. I'm just realizing that now. Well, let's start somewhere, I suppose. As long as they're not prefabs, it's not a massive deal. But yeah, let's add all these and then have a bit of a play session afterwards where we just try it out and see what it feels like. Because obviously having the same UI sound and effects on literally everything is maybe a bit much. But it's probably also the best way right now to figure out if I actually want these effects on various aspects of the game. And then wherever we don't want them, we can just disable those effects, but keep like the sounds and such from playing. Yeah, so that's the first UI done. So what is this one? Oh, right. Well, that's definitely a button in there. Abandon level UI. I think there's one button there, yeah. Abandon. This is the confirmation, and it has 2 buttons, yes and no. Yeah, some of these hierarchies get a little wild. I should also keep track on this on-click thing. I don't think there's any like advanced functional UI I have in the game that has buttons that, you know, enable and disable UI elements based on whether or not you click on them. I'm pretty sure that's handled like through scripts and such. You never fucking know. It's been like years since I looked at this particular aspect of the game. We already did. No, we did not do this one. I guess this is also a good stress test of what we made to see if there's something important that I forgot. I don't think so, but so far it seems like it's flexible and easy enough to use to just like insert it. Oh, there is something I'm missing. Fuck. I forgot something very important. I forgot to add the flow graph to every single button that I've added this script to so far. Well, I mean, without the flow graph, it just doesn't do anything. It just exists. It just has the variables. Let's go through all the things later and then add the flow graph. Let's just add the scripts for now. That way, at least I make sure to set up the references correctly. Quest UI. And that's another thing I also want to do. I want to get rid of these scroll bars at some point. Because technically I can just make the whole, like it's supposed to be a scrollable window, but it's a bit much to have a scroll bar in the UI like that. Like the graphic looks okay, it's like a temporary thing and such. But I mean, it's probably better if a player just realizes that this is indeed something you can just scroll, you know? Instead of having like more like a solid block just occluding that part of the screen. There's a confirm menu, yes. But whenever I do decide to fix those scroll bars or whatever, it's maybe not going to be as simple as I think it, or my suspicion is that it's not going to be like a simple ordeal. Simply because I think my hierarchies are not set up properly. So the actual scroll rect that is used for you to just like select it and, you know, drag with like a touch or with the mouse or whatever to scroll it, and even hover over it with your mouse and use the scroll wheel, I think that is occluded by another layer that's on top, and that is actively blocking that specific interaction from even being possible. which essentially just means that you can't scroll it without a scroll bar at the moment, which you know is a bit problematic. Also a bit silly given that Unity does have that feature and functionality already in there, but I haven't built it correctly. Gotta say though, figuring out how Unity UI works is not always the easiest. But yeah, a lot of this UI is literally just a button, and then the actual interaction is a reference to that button somewhere else that then sees, oh, is this button pressed? And then it calls the event, and then it does a whole bunch of stuff. So the buttons themselves are just that. Game object set active. Okay, I know why that happens. Okay. Here we gotta be a little bit careful. Because I need to add these. Yeah, and it just basically needs to... Yes, okay. Ah, fuck. Can't do it like that. Oh no. There. That also means we can get rid of you and you. Very important not to fuck this up. Otherwise, there's a pretty big aspect of the game that just doesn't work. Wouldn't want that to happen. Number 3. Remove these two so it doesn't cause any issues down the line. And next one. Hey Toto! How you doing today? Good to see ya. How's Starbound treating you guys? Wait. Move. Up. Button number 4. Death. I mean, it's Fracking Universe, so... Are you guys actually new to Fracking Universe too? I was wondering that. Because if you say yes, then I understand that's a second comment there. Oh, Kyo is. Oh god. So he hasn't quite figured out the progression yet? Because it is very different from vanilla Starbound. Sort of got moms to yoink Kyo stuff. Okay. No need to harvest. Alright. Bombs, though. Why bombs? Kills players? Oh. Well, that's mean. So you are actually just stealing all his stuff, huh? Get some mining laces, Toto. Stop being lazy. Exactly. Peak's got the right idea. The delay, that's funny. Oh, that's true. I can get fucking feedback on these buttons finally. Press enter and then you're saying it. Oh, that's funny. That is actually funny. How does this work again? Scroll bar, sliding area. Oh my god, there's like, oh, here we go. The fucking hierarchy of death. So... oh god, this is gonna be a pain. This is like the biggest UI hierarchy I probably have. And the reason why this is a pain is because in here I have... oh, maybe actually this is a template. Maybe I can get away with this quite easily. Yes. Yes. Dragon was a smart one. He made a prefab out of this. Yes. Otherwise this would have taken forever. This would have probably taken an hour otherwise, if not more. Let's get those variables up there. And then this is the button, right? Yes. It is the button. And doesn't do anything on click like it should. Let's add the flow here so I don't forget. This is a bit of a finicky one. And yes, Toto, by the way, if you ever want to try out that mod pack, again, Peak server is up and running. Just in case you didn't catch it the other day, though I think you did. Okay, well this saves me a lot of headache from having, because I don't think there's anything else in that menu I need to change then. Processing menu. This also has buttons in it, but in a different way. Okay. How does this work again? There's like a template prefab somewhere I gotta find. Oh god. Shit. Called processing something. Can I, if I'm really lucky, I can just search processing in this here. I mean, there's not that many processing things. Let's see. But it's like, which one? Processing element template. If I remove this, I should land in the folder where that's located, right? Yes. These are all my prefabs that are reused, so there's not a lot of them, but they do quite important stuff. Let's put you guys somewhere else for now. Let's put you guys up here. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this. Okay, well, let's see what's in this prefab. Progress bar, progress faster button, which... Yeah, there's a lot of buttons in here. Let's try and add these components and then regret those choices later. What are you up to today, Peak? I have a feeling that I know what the answer is. Semi-work. Oh, okay. Never let you off the hook, huh? Meetings and stuff. So, no Sakura dungeon all day, huh? That game still, it's pretty funny. And that comes later, yes. Figured as much. I'm also intending on playing some more Monster Hunter later today. Get further in the story and stuff, maybe something can actually start happening. Okay, so that was that template. Shoot, which one was it? This is a cost template. I don't think this has buttons in it. No, it does not. Profile inventory element template. Resource inventory element template. Requirement. Have to be at work 1830? Okay. That's an odd time to be at work. Is that for the meetings? Okay. Meetings. Important and stuff. Processing cost template, I don't think... Okay, we'll probably take a look at those templates later if I... just to figure out if they need to... if they become relevant or not. For now, I can probably close the processing UI. What about the generate? Yeah, that has no buttons. And business. Business. Tooltip UI, harvester UI, save load button. Let's do these buttons just for good measure. Why not? Not like they're like gonna be in the final build of the game, I don't think, but I mean, we might as well. So this disables a lot of stuff. So it disables this and this and this and this and this and this and this. Okay. Well, that's simple enough. Then we can just lock that. Select all of these and then just drag them down into the disable thing. There we go. And then we just remove all of those. Doop. Job's done. Remember to unlock that one. And that was just for the load button, right? Yes. There we go. And this should also have, yeah, as expected, it has one that gets enabled, which is the alpha welcome message UI. And then it should disable itself, which we've now moved up into this button interaction script. Cool. Okay. Now comes the fun part of remembering to add all these flow machines to all the places we've added that script. Should I have done it while we were adding the scripts? Probably. Did I do that from the beginning? No. Auto harvester UI. These guys already have the flow machines in there, so those are fine.
Wow, this is absolutely mint. Think about it.
That was really, really quiet. Hold on. What was that? It doesn't, oh yeah, that's true. It doesn't show up in the activity feed immediately. Oh, that was you, Peak, for $1. Thank you. Thank you very much. Just want to try it. Yeah, if it should pop up in the activity feed at some point, then I should be able to redo that one. So the reason why I was very, very quiet is because I've had to lower my desktop audio to be very quiet as well, because the game is really loud. And I keep forgetting that. And I think the oh wait, no, it should be over the alert box audio, so I think it's just my speakers that were just down, really. Wait, then I didn't get to hear it. I wanted to hear it. Because I did hear there was some TTS stuff. But yeah, there you go. Now you're up on the board up here somewhere. On the top. Got a long way to go if you want to contest Toto and Ammo there, though. Crazy people. Thank you very much, though. And pay for my energy drink consumption. Convert energy drinks into code. Right. So these buttons didn't have, nope. Flow machine, button interaction effects. Can I actually just say copy component? That would probably be faster. Yes. Because it's always the same flow machine, so no reason not to do it this way. Always puts it at the bottom too, so yeah, this is definitely much faster. Does all the money go to you, or is there a fee, you mean, right? I think there's like a conversion fee, I think, because it's like through PayPal. So I think in theory there for you are technically potentially 2 conversion fees. One from you to Stream Elements, converting it from Danish crowns to dollars, and then there's the I think there might I don't remember if Stream Elements takes a cut as well, but it's definitely not the same as Twitch. But then the way that the money gets to me is through PayPal, and PayPal takes a small transaction fee as well, and a conversion fee for when I want to use the money, if I want to use it in Danish crowns. Up until now, though, I've basically used my PayPal account as like, oh, I can buy things off of Steam directly with PayPal in dollars. As far as I'm aware, I don't know if it might still convert it from dollars to euro, but like I've been using it to buy things directly off of Steam, and then just like offsetting that for things that I would buy like with Danish crowns from my actual bank account. That's like how I've been utilizing it so far. So there's some money lost in there, but it's not the 30% that Twitch would take on subs and bits, as far as I'm aware. So yeah, I think it might be better to do larger sums of money at a time than small. Send an envelope next time. Right. But yeah, it is like obviously going to be cheaper to do direct bank-to-bank transfers, but then you don't get the like Stream Elements points and all that, and you don't get onto the Stream Elements tracker and all that stuff, right? So of course Stream Elements takes a cut. There's no way around that. Oh no, the horror. Yeah. But I don't know how different it is to send like make 3 separate tips as opposed to making one large one with the same pool of money, because I don't know if it's like a percentage of the full sum that you pay, so it doesn't really matter, or if it's like a sort of minimum fee for transactions and such. That's like a bit on the technical side. But I mean, you would have that if you did like multiple transactions through Twitch anyway. So it's not really like that different on that front, but still much better. Okay, I think I need to focus on getting these buttons right real quick. Otherwise I might miss one. And level confirm, it just has those 2 buttons. Yes. Quest UI has a complete button. And level UI also has an embark button. Button. There might be some things I have to change some places though. I don't remember how all those scripts that are already on these, or how all that works. Because I know it disables and enables game objects and stuff, but it's like, I don't know if it'll carry out the effects from the button first before disabling the game object. I actually don't think it will. Yeah, that could cause some weird oddities here and there. One way around it is to just tone down the amount of effects I use on these particular buttons. Just like I do on the return to game main menu button. And I might have to just do that, honestly, because doing any of the other solution would be really tedious. Because basically, whenever you press those particular buttons, there's a script somewhere completely separate that disables that game object, and it's very likely that that means the button itself is disabled and doesn't get allowed to finish these animations before it like vanishes in front of you. And due to how it's all hooked up, it might not even reset, but we'll see. Oh yeah, there's also this script here. I forgot about this. Or button. Button. Booda. Enemies defeated UI, you have a button as well. Because it's in the title, yeah. Sneaky bastard trying to hide from me. Oh. Oh shit, this is not a button, this is a toggle. Huh. Ah. That's annoying. Toggles are not buttons. But they have very similar, they can have very similar functionality. Well, that is a bit problematic. So crap. That would be events and then GUI. On toggle value changed. And you can also get whether or not it's enabled or disabled as an output here. Interesting. Because this is basically what I would need to do. But I have to use a separate function for that. But then I can just feed it in, right? And basically maintain the same functionality but for the toggle. It does mean that I need to add a toggle though to the script. Up here. Does that just toggle? Yep. Just toggle. Which we will call just that. It's a bit annoying that it isn't like a generic type, that it's like an interactable button and then the button itself has the ability to, you know, act as a toggle, right? Because as far as I can tell, the only difference is that a toggle has a bool associated with itself, which is either true or false, and a button doesn't. The button just triggers something, an event. Let's go and update the unit option so we get that toggle in here. I mean, it's not going to break all the other objects either because it's just an optional input method. You could technically have two input methods, like multiple input methods as well. Heck, if you wanted to, you could even... Nah, that would be stupid. That would be stupid. I mean, the problem... So if you have both a toggle and a button assigned, and they're like, that would be two different game objects, then hovering over or clicking either of those two separately would animate either simultaneously as well. That's kind of silly. So button interaction effects toggle get, and that's all we need. It just needs to check if this toggle is changed, I guess. That means for the toggle button, we need to assign that and then remember to unassign the one from the copied values. Just so we don't have a random button somewhere in the game being animated whenever this toggle is interacted with. Fortunately, this down here is just a generic game object for actually figuring out what thing to animate. Didn't make it that way and didn't use like animate button or something stupid like that. And then enemies defeated, game object set active. That's fine, I can keep this. I don't need to add like a toggle functionality for this toggle game objects. So one, like a third option that's like a toggle between on and off, so it's like always gonna do the inverse of what that game object state is in. So if it's enabled, it should be disabled and vice versa. Because that's the difference here, right? I can't just switch this into the enable game objects because then it's only gonna enable it whenever the toggle is interacted with. But that should do the trick. I hope I've remembered everything. Almost. I need to add the flow machine to this one at least. And that was the enemies defeated UI, right? Yes. That's just an inventory. Cool. Let's cross our fingers and hope everything works. And re-add the fade transition, like re-enable those so that we can actually test it all. Let's go. Hopefully this works the first time around. There's bound to be something that is broken somewhere. Could either be like a button that doesn't animate because there's no flow machine or something else. Interesting. We already have our first thing that doesn't quite work as expected. Which, ironically, is that button that we just did that specific thing for. Wonder why that is. Try and separate this here. So it doesn't do the on pointer ender thing. Interesting. Wonder why that is. Why does that only work for buttons? Of course the actual toggle itself works. Doesn't do the animation for the size of the button though. Oh, but that's because it doesn't ever do any of the other animations. I got it. Huh, how do we do this then? This is on pointer, enter and exit. That's the toggle value changed. Oh, that's strange. Why doesn't it affect these? Is there something missing, I wonder? Button get. Oh, right. I see. I mean, you can't just do a null check, so... I hope that's not a problem. Because it's because the reference button is, you know, null. So it doesn't have anything to check whether or not it enters or exits. So what I would need to do is do the same for like the toggle here, right? But obviously if I plug this in here, then it's gonna overwrite the other one. So I take it that that means I technically need to copy and paste this and set it up separately for the toggle as well. Bit of a weird way to do this. Unless I can do affected... No, because not necessarily the affected game object is not necessarily the same as the button itself. From here we should be able to just say like this. Yep. There we go. It's got all the references to the right things now. Somewhat. Yeah, that's a problem. Okay, I see. So right now I'm like actively stopping the animation of everything because of how the main menu works. But in this case... I actually want it to continue. Yes, these do it too. So as soon as I click something, it stops animating until I hover over it again. But I guess that just... Yeah, and then it doesn't do the animation. Okay. For consecutive clicks, that is. Is there a way that I can deal with this? It causes some weird effects as well if I click the button while on there, because then it sets the... where is that? Current highlight scale is set to 1. Whenever I hover over it. What if I should just... Yeah, and then when I click on it down here, it says it to 0. Okay, well what if we take the current highlight scale and set it to 1 after the while thing here. No, because it doesn't necessarily run the while thing. So it doesn't necessarily, it only enters that once. What if we set it up as a sequence? And then only this one disables it. Let me clean that up later. So it never gets to that. I can't run it before either. But we can do a branch though. So let's see here, current interaction scale is not equal to 1 because it gradually builds up. I think this is how it has to be set up, right? Otherwise it might just be the inverse. Let's see if this works. I might have to do the... Oh, there's logic. Okay. Fuck. Just fuck. Let me drag this game on the other monitor. So we can see a bit more at a time. So because it's the... oh, it's the wrong... I think it's the... it's the wrong value. Possibly. There we go, that looks more right. Because I want it to keep undulating regardless of whether or not I've clicked on it. They can do both, but I also want it so that, let's see if the other part works. That works. Yes. Because I didn't want it on the main menu to do it like that. So that when you press new game, it would keep animating while it's loading the game and stuff. Because then when you return to the main menu, it's like they're still animating. Because it never like registers that you would do an on-pointer exit. But now I do it when I'm clicking things. It's not working for that one though. What? Oh, it's probably just because the values were fucked up because of earlier testing. Nice. You get UI. Cool, okay. Let's get that back into Unity though. Ooh. There we go. Okay, let's continue testing the game. Let's see. Actually separate that. Go to the lighting tab there. There we go. I definitely need to fix this depth of field thing to be dependent on your monitor size. That is a bit problematic at the moment. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but it's like when I'm scaling the window down, the DOF gets less intense for things that are up close. Like things have to be really far away for it to have a massive effect. But as soon as I go in full screen, it's like even relatively close objects, like these in the outer periphery, they go out of focus. Let's move you guys over there. Okay, it's been a while since we played this game, so let's see. I don't think these might have the sound when those secondary resources generate. No, that's something I have to add as well. Let's try and play the game and see all the other buttons though. Oh my god, actual animations in here. It kind of... Oh. Haha. That's true. I never thought about that. So because these icons here for the crafting upgrades or harvesting upgrades, they're anchored in the top left. They scale like in that direction as well, instead of from their center point. I mean, one way to get around that would be to put them into a container to, like, you know, add like an empty game object that contains the button so that you scale the button which is offset on that empty game object basically. But then that empty game object has the anchor in the top left so that when you add multiple buttons it doesn't cause problems. Of course right now it doesn't check whether or not you actually can upgrade things, but at least gives you some feedback for now and sounds. Well, let's go and grab some resources. Don't really need fish, but make sure to test all aspects of the game. Also need to add the bloop sounds to the chest now that I think about it. Start a bound. These buttons are the same. They've also got their anchor points in the top left. Streak button works. It goes a little bit out of bounds though, and then it gets cut off because it's in like an alpha in like a mask thing. Maybe having that scale up and down is a bit weird. Also, there we go. I was just about to say, why can I not close that? Yeah, that's as expected. Yeah, so these buttons here get triggered by idle clicker. That is... That's a problem. So that's why it's currently animating even though I'm not looking at it. And the reason why idle clicker does that is because there's a lot of logic that needs to work out in order for you to complete a level and such. Just have to remove all your server stuff, but now you're trying to update your script. Oh, really? You mean the script that updates the server? Or what exactly? I assume that's what you mean. Yes. Alright. Why do you want to update it? What do you want to change, rather? A message before it's restarting. Oh, okay. Fancy stuff. So that people actually get warnings. Is it a quest? And then we go and do the quest. Quest complete button. So here we have the quest complete button. This is what checks whether or not you have the requirements to complete a certain quest. And that's why it's like all in here, because there's a lot of variables that you need in order to figure that shit out. And idle clicker is also where all your resources, all your progress is currently stored. So that's like your, you know, your characters, like all things that you've managed to accomplish. And then and that's because when you save the game then and load the game, it accesses a lot of those same variables at the same time. So instead of passing it from your interaction to like a manager that keeps track of everything, it's just happening inside this manager itself. So the same object that handles all interactions in the game, pretty much most of them, is also the same one that handles the managing of any save data that you might need to track, and also does the saving and loading, so I don't need to throw variables back and forth all over the place. But that means that this is also where the game object is disabled. Is there a clever way for me? I have an idea on how I can solve this though. What was it called again? Button. Ah, fuck's sake. Shoot. Something button effects, right? Button interaction effects. Right. The reason why that's annoying is now it's gonna throw me out of the quest thing. Okay. Button interaction effects, and in here we need the button. Let me see here. Current interaction scale. Was that the thing? Let me just go and check on the button. That's probably easier. Current interaction scale. Current interaction scale. Remember that. Current interaction scale. Get. Okay. So what if we check here if this is greater than 0, and it would be on this quest complete button because it has that script. And then we do a wait while. Like so, which means that it goes through here. Button is pressed, and then once it'll wait while that animation value is in a state where the button is technically still going to be animating. And then as soon as it's finished animating, it disables, like it runs the rest, which eventually disables the thing. Would that be enough? Otherwise, there's another way that I can think of that we can deal with this, which is a little bit backwards, but we'll see. Thing though is testing this is going to be a pain because it requires me to actually complete quests. Okay. Maybe it has to be 1. And then it's like a not equal. Or is it? Is it now? Maybe I broke some things. Maybe the toggle functionality I made earlier is now no longer working because I changed that other thing. Because it never sets it to off. Like it never shuts it down. Question is, does that work for all the other things too? No, then that doesn't work anymore. Damn it, okay. Well, that tells me that I probably need to figure out a better solution to that other fix from earlier. But at least this is working now. And it doesn't animate when I return to it. It does do that pop-in effect again, but that's something completely separate. So let's take a look at the streak button, because that is the easiest one to like test it on. What was the difference between these two ways of doing it? Not really anything. Yeah, so the reason why I want to keep this thing running after I press the button is so that it undulates, right? But then I need it to continue doing things until eventually a value is done doing its thing. Current interaction scaling. So in theory, could I just feedback this in and say like off? Then it has to be set to 1. Yes. Yeah, because then it like... I've already got to check to see if it should do the scaling based on other things. Basically, as soon as I'm looking away from it, it'll turn itself off, which is a bit messy looking at it, but that's fine. And then once it is turned off, it sets current interaction scaling to 1. The stress testing has button works. I think that's satisfactory, but what about the other features? Are they going to be broken now? No, that doesn't break because it checks whenever I press the button, so that's cool and all. I wonder what the quests are like now. Yeah, now that doesn't work, of course. Because the condition no longer ends up true. Let's get the right button though, so we can actually see what's going on the button itself. So while we're looking at it, it's like, oh yeah, press me. Thing is, do I even need the wait while condition now? That will never happen. It's just as soon as I leave, I reset that to 1. Which is the default. So I don't even think I need all this logic here. Like all that doesn't do anything, right? That's true for any of the UI elements, really. Because I've basically just done the same thing in a slightly different way. Okay. Cool. So... when I press this button, it sets current interaction to 0 and current highlight scale to 0. So that happens here, I think it is. But I can't really check if this value is 1 because it's always 1. Or can I? Might actually be able to still do that. And then set it to equal. And the reason why is because this gets triggered whenever we press the button and isn't dependent on like some other condition somewhere else, right? If we do it to be an equal to 1 instead, that makes that the condition. Oh, it's a not equal. No? I might need another condition as well that we have in the button though. Kind of saw that coming. Because I think the issue is that it never gets around to actually stopping the animation. Because it never gets to stop this. Is there a clever way that I can sort of deal with that? I mean, one way would be to add a bool to this, to all the buttons that just get set to true or something that says something like is not animating. That would do something at least. And the issue is that I disable the game object, right? So as soon as I click this complete button, this game object gets disabled, and when a game object is disabled, the script stops running on it, like just period. So the script stops running before it tells this toggle flow to stop doing its thing, and because that is the case, as soon as I close this, it sort of keeps that in memory or whatever, and then when I open it again, it's like, oh, you abrupted the code execution, but the variables are still the same, right? And the states inside the code are still the same, so this toggle flow is still enabled, right? So in some way I would have to make sure that this gets turned off. But how do I do that? Because as soon as this value becomes 1, this doesn't even execute either. Like, it stops. So I can't even just add like a false thing here, because it has to happen just like before. What if I just add a wait frame? Would that be dangerous? Wait for next frame. Technically wouldn't be super dangerous, I don't think. Doesn't resolve the issue though, interestingly. So it gets to 1 and then next frame happens and then it disables the UI, but the button is still animating. Right, there's nothing in here now that disables the button when you yeah, there's like nothing that stops it. The thing that stops this up here is the thing up here. Doing highlight scaling is set to false, and then it stops it, but that only works because it's like whenever you're looking at it or not. That doesn't work for this one. And that is because I never ever get to trigger the on pointer exit thing because the button disappears before that happens. Why does it work for the return to game button then? Oh, the answer is it doesn't. The answer is it doesn't. That's the problem. Okay. I figured there was something wonky going on there. Damn it. There's the age-old problem of getting one thing to work, but then it doesn't quite necessarily work. That is so weird though. Why does it work for the main menu button? I think I know the answer to that one. I think it's because it never gets around to yeah, it never gets around to actually execute any of this. What could we do? We could make a custom event for this and then just call it here. I guess that would be one way to do it. That's a bit of a bad way of doing it though. Because that would mean that the sounds would play twice and stuff like that. That is actually interesting now to think about it. So it gets... So it plays the click sound. Then it sets current interaction scale to 0, current highlight scale to 0. But then it's here, it just doesn't get to stop the flow because that happens after the current interaction scale value becomes 1. So ideally I would have some kind of condition that whenever this is turned on, it can tell whatever else code that it may continue, right? And that would be the code in the idle clicker. So theoretically this has to like wait for the that flow toggle to be disabled. Maybe I just should do it through a bool. That might be the cleanest way I can come up with at the moment. Because this whole thing is set so that it only runs the code once whenever you like
complete a quest so you don't accidentally, you know, activate the button twice and use your resources twice and complete it twice and all that stuff. And then once it's executed everything, like disable the UI and all that, then it resets the ability for this code to be run again, right? Hence the sequence here. Run it once, and then once you're done with that, allow for it to be ran again. So if we tell it to run once and then check, wait while this value, like this bool, is false, and then in the whichever button really, we just set that bool to be, you know, false here or whatever it needs to be. Then when on turned off, then we can set that bool, and then we can set it to the opposite whenever it's like on. Maybe that's just what I should do. Let's do it. Where do we want to add this though? Add it before the Y stuff. Technically this would be like, you know, something you would hide, but since I'm the only one working on this project, I've got like all my variables like showing, right? And we want to say what do we want to call this bool? Because it's like the flow loop. Enabled basically, right? It's like super generic variable name, but as long as it's the only flow loop I have there, it's probably fine. And I mean, this is technically like game optimization, right? Because we don't want this loop to be running for all these buttons in the background, even like doing rudimentary checks and stuff. We want it to disable whenever we're not interacting with that button. Preferably anyway. Otherwise, we end up having potentially like, you know, 100 buttons that are all doing some kind of update. Where it might be doing multiple things, sometimes less, sometimes more. Okay, so button interaction effects flow loop. We can probably just find it by flow loop. We technically just need to set this in both instances here. Let's move all this down a bit. And then we go into idle clicker. And then we say flow loop probably is fine. Okay, can't get away with that one. What if we just say button flow loop? Will that be good enough? Yes. So we get that variable and we do a simple branch, which is right, just a if statement. Plug that in there, and then we want to make sure that it is false. So if it's false for this button again, right, then it may execute any future code and disable the game object. Hopefully. That is the idea, at least. And right now we've only done it with the quest thing, which is going to be a bit of a pain because I have to go in and make this check for every single UI button that has extended functionality like this. But if I can get this working, at least it means that it's a nice and simple solution, right? I just need to add this bool check and just hook it up to that button that is already there, referenced and everything. And it should be a universal thing, so let's see. Damn it. Okay, so what's going on in here? So whenever it's turned on, it the flow loop is enabled. This is always 0. This is always 0. Oh, I think I know why. Because it only checks this once. It doesn't do a wait while thing. Doesn't that just mean that I've set up this incorrectly? Oh fuck. What if we just say like... It's in logic, isn't it? Bool. Literal bool. So actually just do an equal to, I think that's a bit easier to understand. So we need to make sure that doing highlight scaling is false. Hmm. Would that actually work? Let's take a easier button to test on, this one up here. Hmm. Can I not do this? Interesting. I guess I can't do this in that way because that is kind of weird. Why does that not work? Because it's supposed to wait with continuing the flow. Oh, it's while they're equal. That's why. Need to use the right logic here. So while they are not equal, we want to wait with continuing running our code until they're not equal. That way, if we press something once, we basically tell it to like wait with continuing the code until we've moved the mouse away. And then it also stops the code. Why did I do that again? Okay, so let's look at the... Let's start a fresh game just to make sure that nothing else is in a weird state. And look at idle clicker, see what's going on in there. Yeah, I guess that won't work. Right, and I can't use a branch here because then it needs to wait. Do a wait. Maybe that's just what I needed to do before. Maybe I don't need that thing that I just made. Cool, literal. Like I basically need what I just did, but I need it here. So if flow loop is enabled, then you gotta wait until it is disabled before you can continue executing this code, which you will run once. Right? I think that's part of the solution. It still animates though. Now the other buttons are back to working the way they should though. Well, loop is enabled, but it's technically not. Or it is. Yes, it is. Now it's disabled. Is it just the logic that's inverted from what it needs to be? Let's see. In this case, I think it has to be equal. Or actually, so I can guess I can do it opposite ways too. So whilst they're not both false, like whilst, that's probably what it is. Yes. So now it should wait until it's done animating that button. And then if I want it to be snappy, I can always just disable the pop effect. Because it's not really that responsive this way. Like it looks nice with the effect, but it's a bit weird for it to wait. The main point is just that the logic for when it should be allowed to continue executing this code should be working now. So I needed a few more things, like I couldn't just do it as simple as I was implying earlier. But it should be working now, he says. Did need that bool, but it's okay. Also, this is a fucking nightmare. Can we do something here to clean this up a little bit? What if we move all this over yonder a little bit? Doesn't necessarily make it much better because there's just like some weird interactions that happen here and there. Let's clean this up a little bit though. Because all of this is literally just to tell the toggle flow state to the game. And I've got that weird like loop back here. But this is not uncommon, at least. Now, however, that means that's one button done, functionality-wise, but we got the method now. And I should really have saved the game, and I didn't. Why did I not save the game? So we could just load. Actually, let's clean this scene up so it's not as janky. And move the game over in the main monitor so I don't get a sore neck. Because we're back in gameplay mode, baby. And Dragon immediately notices that things aren't working. It's the God damn it. Okay, what is it this time? What is it this time? Fucking god damn it. I mean, we can test it on the streak button again, so why does that stop? Oh, is it because of this? Yeah, because that was never necessary, was it? Let's just make sure that the quest completion button works still. No, it does not. This time also did actually complete the quest. Yeah, now it doesn't do the check change until after. Because clicking the button will not turn off the loop. Yeah, so I've still got like a thing to figure out how to deal with this condition. It's the edge case or whatever it is. So what is actually going on, right? Because we're clicking on the button. And in some cases we want it to continue animating even after we click it, like for these buttons here or the upgrades. But in other cases, like for the main menu, we don't want it to continue animating. And the reason why they continue animating is because when we click on them and it disables the UI, it never registers the on pointer exit for that button, because it gets disabled before it gets to do that. Is there an event that's on like game object disable? But that wouldn't work because then it doesn't get to execute the code. Stubborn server commands in the terminal is not a thing. Nice. Can you execute something that sends a command to the Starbound server terminal? That would be a very like weird thing to go about it, but And can't even stop it. Nice. So it's just hanging now, huh? Wait, how would that be different? Use Control C, it just kills it. Huh. How do I do this? Do I really need to have like a bool that checks if it needs to have like a like a continue animation thing? I mean, I could do something like that, like continuous animation or something, so that if that bool is true, then it'll continue animating, and if not, it'll stop the animation in its tracks. Because then that will work for these buttons out here, where I can say that don't do continuous animation for those whenever you're pressing these buttons. Because each and every one of these changes the menu whenever you click them, right? That's when I don't want them to stop animating. I think that might be the easiest way around this, instead of trying to do some weird logic shit. Doesn't mean I need another toggle though. We can put that up in the top, I guess. Continuous animation. Animation. Gotta get some of that animation. Continuous animation. Okay, that should do the trick. Oh shit, how does this work again? I don't even remember how. Is it up here you say like equals to true? It's been a while since because I want this to default to true. We'll see. All this visual coding has made all my conventional coding skills pretty rusty. Yes, okay, that is how I do that. Cool. Build, update unit options, and then we get access to it, then we can check it, and then we should be fine. Hopefully. Hopefully. I need to take a toilet break. Be right back. It's literally just finished. I need to take that toilet break anyway. We're back. So, continuous animation, right? So we need to do that in here. Get that variable, and then if it is, yeah, and this is just a toggle, so this is where we can use a branch, simple if statement. And we could do that here even. So if we want continuous animation, then we don't want to do the next step, basically. A bit weird, but that's how it is. And then if we don't want to do that, then we need to make sure that we stop the flow toggle after we get to that variable, I think. Let's see if this works. Please just work the first time around, and I need to actually enable that or disable that. So right now, if we say new game, it would just continue animating. Well, let's try it out with the new game button. I mean, it already started. Just notice something. That is problematic. That is so annoying. Why is... Why does it not register the fucking on pointer exit thing when the game object is disabled? But then again, it wouldn't really make a difference. So what I noticed is that if I click the button, right, it'll stop doing the continuous animation after I click it. But then it'll resume the continuous animation if I like hover my mouse over it again whilst it's doing the fading thing, right? So if I do this and then very briefly, and hold my mouse there most importantly, right? Then it'll still animate when I return to it. Do I really need another bool? No, there wouldn't be any good way to deal with that. Because it's on pointer enter that... allows for, like, initiates animation, and then leaving will stop it, basically. So I can't even do like a thing where I set a bool or something when I click on it, and then that disables the ability for me to like do the on pointer enter thing. Because whenever I leave, I would have to reset that. And that would allow me to just hover my mouse over back again, and then we have the problem still. Hmm. I'm trying to rake my brain on how to solve this problem without ruining on any of the other functionalities. I mean, we've got some of the things. It's working better now, but there's just this new edge case that I just realized, right? So now it does the thing where if I click on stuff in here and they're set to not continuous, it'll... Actually, it doesn't quite do what it needs to do just yet, but it stops them from at least, you know, animating whilst the menu is closed. Or is that because... No, it does do the scaling thing, or is supposed to at least. Enable interaction scaling. All right. Because that is disabled for this button. Okay, so this is doing exactly as it actually needs to. Hmm. Ah. Current interaction scale is not what I need. Current highlight scale, I need to set this to, I think, 1. What does it have to be 0? because it never gets around to this. Yeah, that's what that wait for is used for. Archon is a thing? What? I don't remember what Arcanos is, like what it stands for. I remember there's a thing called Archon passwords and stuff, but I don't remember what Archons actually means. Like a command terminal, okay. This is an interesting effect. I think we're just gonna keep this. So does the other buttons, they still do the undulating effect if the continuous thing is not set to true? So they'll just keep animating. You can stop the service safely. Ah, okay. Without like running the risk of corrupting your server, you mean your save files and all that. Right, so all these need to not be continuous animation. They are like transferring from one area to another. Then there was the quest complete button, which also should not be continuous, for now at least. Let's get a feel for what that works like, what that looks like, and so forth. Damn, this is like pretty technical. So Peak, if you were wondering why it takes forever to implement sounds, sometimes you don't just do the sounds. Yeah, I still have that hover over effect thing that I need to resolve. Because that can still happen, but at least, you know, one step at a time. So we do have the alpha message UI, of course. That dismiss button should also not be continuous. There's probably a lot of these buttons that shouldn't be. Could do it for the auto harvesting buttons so that they don't highlight while you've like after you've pressed on them, so that you have to like re-highlight them, but you can press them multiple times. Keep it for like this for now. What other UI? I mean, there's the quest thing, of course, which I have affected. So that button is no longer continuous. There's all these end level buttons and stuff. All these confirm, everything that basically like shuts down some kind of UI element when they're pressed should not be continuous. So keeping track of all this is going to be a pain. But only because I already have so much UI in the game. Hmm. Yeah, so these buttons are no longer continuous, so they are working just as intended. Well, kinda. These still scale oddly because they scale from that anchor point, but that's a completely different thing. These probably just need to not, like, animate visually. Well, let's play the game for a little bit again. Hmm. Ah, that is still set to continuous. I missed one. And there's probably also a button in here. Actually, two. Ah, it's because it was under the quest UI, which I already had affected. Ah, there's all these save buttons too. These should also not be continuous. Upgrade menu UI. That has a bunch of buttons in it that should be continuous. Processing menu is the same thing, I think. Enable interaction scaling and highlight scaling. Let's try and disable those for the temporary buttons just because you get the sound cues that you're actually hovering over them, but you don't get that visual weirdness. With a lack for a better description of it. New game. Yeah, that feels a little bit better. Probably have to do the same for this one up here. These down here can scale up and down because they can go out of bounds, no problem. That complete button should probably also not do the expanding effect. This one, because it's weird. It's not as snappy as like, did I press it, did I not? These though, I do want to keep like this. Oh shit, I didn't even know that that was a thing. Huh. Oh, that's like just because of the weird aspect ratio. But they are still on top of this UI, which they shouldn't be. Even if they're testing buttons. Yeah, you guys can stay down in the corner. But yeah, I don't think it's possible to... Because as soon as I remove a single pixel away from these, it disables the animation. So these should be safe. There shouldn't be any way that I can imagine that you would be able to have them be able to do that animation and like close down the menu basically. Because there's no like escape button to close it down. You have to click outside of it. I guess if there is gonna be like a shortcut key like escape to exit this menu, for instance, imagine that, then, you know, we'll take it at that point. Then I would need to do something specific for that. This is fine, this works. Though I might need like, yeah, so right now they're just using the generic button clicking script, right? I might have to make a specific one for the upgrades that deviates from the generic one. Because it needs to account for whether or not you can upgrade this or not. Just thinking a bit about how I would do that. Because the button itself right now handles the animation, but the clicker is what handles whether or not you can afford the upgrade and whether or not it should carry it out, right? So first the button animates and plays the sound, and then you check if you can actually do things that the button is supposed to do. I think the easiest approach there would be to just not play sounds through the button script and then just disable it for these, and then have a separate thing for like playing sounds when you're buying upgrades. Because I've got all the checks there anyway that make up whether or not you can actually buy them. And then you'll be like pressing it, but I can like give some kind of audio cue that feeds back that, oh, you didn't actually buy this. So you pressed it, but you didn't buy it, right? Because that's kind of what the feedback does right now. It gives you visual feedback on what you press. And the sound is just there to enforce that at the moment. But there's not really like anything in the game that visualizes whether or not you can afford something. You kind of have to like look left to right on your screen at the moment. See if you have like every single resource and then compare it one to another. That's for a future day that I want to implement something for that. Because that's going to take a while and I need to be in a clear mindset on that. Right now the priority is to implement sounds though, so quality of life comes later. But that is definitely something I need in the game. The idea is to, currently at least, do it with some color coding. And to make it, you know, colorblind friendly, I'm just intending on making the different values on the right gray out, basically, depending on whether or not you can afford the different upgrades. So that's the most convenient way I can think of doing it at the moment. Because the alternative would be to say, oh, you've got like 7,000 out of 70 stone, for instance, right? Which I could do, but the issue is it takes up a lot of space. And right now, that space I don't have on the right side, right? Because right now, and you can probably tell this, it's actually using a similar like UI element on the right hand side as you have in your inventory here on the left, right, for all your resources. And they have the exact same size because the numbers that can appear in there are like set up in a way that they fit. And then I don't remember if how well it works, but if you get to 1,000, it says like 1k and then 2k, and every time you get to 1,000 something, which obviously is supposed to say like 1 point something 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 k until you get into the higher numbers. But you know, that isn't quite working yet. Anyways, the point being, if I want to have the ability to show that those large numbers while also showing and telling you whether or not you can actually afford it, it's going to take up a lot of space. Anyways, so we can afford the upgrade to the next quest. Well, we need to take out 5 skeletons. I also need a collection sound for secondary resources, because I do have that dust plume coming out whenever you do that. Like a... maybe not. I'll figure something out. Okay, how far are we? Yeah, so we can continue on here. That is so fucking... that is so dumb. So when I click this quick save button, right? Take a listen. Can you hear that? Whenever the overlay that dims the entire screen disappears, it plays the on trigger enter button, right? Or on enter, whatever. On pointer enter. I guess it does make sense because you occlude that collider by putting something like you occlude the GUI object by something else by putting it in front. But the reason why that is dumb is that when I press new game, it adds a dimming layer on top of the main menu where all the buttons are. But it does not trigger the on pointer exit. What that tells me is that if I held my button here, or mouse here, pressed new game, and I somehow could, like, you know, through a mouse keyboard input or whatever, disable that dimming overlay, it would trigger the on pointer enter once I disable it. That is so silly. So it only does it one way, not the opposite. Because if it did that, it would resolve so many of my issues, because I could just say, like, okay, on trigger exit when I press this, because an overlay is put on the entire screen, do certain things, right? Because the UI buttons don't disappear. They are just disabled once that dimming effect goes to full blackness, right? But it's still a UI element that's on the entire screen. Unless... Also, why? Oh yeah, that doesn't work. Unless... because I have a theory now. Where is it? Here's my dimming overlay. In contrast to fade transition. So it does raycast target, which means that raycasts should be, unless it's because it's in the canvas group. Can that be? Why does it have a canvas group? I think it might have something to do with how I'm not entirely sure actually. This doesn't have a canvas group. Let me just try and disable that for a real quick second. Because that would also explain why I can do the untrigger ender thing. Yes, the dimming overlay doesn't occlude any button interactions at the moment. But the fade transition doesn't, but the dimming does. It's got no sprite, got no material, has a color, raycast target, is on the UI layer just like this one. Fade transition. Okay. Right now it needs to import the save data that I just created. True. What if we remove that component? The dimming overlay also has a canvas renderer, of course, yes. Anything else that makes it stand out? Default UI material, which the dimming overlay does not have. I wonder why that is. Because I can't remove this either. Try and start the game, see what happens if it still works, for one. I mean, it still works here, but... I know why. Aha, okay. Look at that. So it's because, oh, I see. So I added that canvas group thing so specifically it wouldn't occlude UI elements while you're loading. Which has the added benefit that the fade transition thing is always visible and always accessible, because the game object is always enabled. That means when you press new game and all that stuff, it doesn't have to be enabled, it just needs to maybe changing that approach might be a good idea. Because that would make it so that whenever it triggers on top of all this UI, it doesn't allow me to mouse over these things again. And I wouldn't have to like make some weird checks to see if fade transition is currently happening or something weird shit like that. And then it would just like block any interaction period while it's doing its thing, really. The downside is that means that you have to wait for the entire main menu to load visually before you can interact with it. Which might be a nuisance if it crashes a lot on people, but I mean, I'm making it so that it shouldn't do that. And it only triggers when you start the game. Question is, how much work is that going to be? Because that's like in literally every single place. No, wait. Okay, so the fade transition object itself takes care of the color that it does. Right. Then there's actually a fairly easy way for me to implement this. I do wonder if it's a performance issue to have like a screen wide effect like this always be present. Because it's like a transparent effect that is screen wide, so does it mean that every update it needs to figure out if there's like a pixel on top of here that's a certain intensity or not? I am not entirely sure how that works when something is invisible for all intents and purposes, like when the value is 0. I mean, it still has to check if that value is 0 somewhere in the renderer, I'd imagine. It is a screen effect though, so it might not be as big of a deal. That was what I was wondering, if having that on as a screen-wide effect would be a bad thing, and then I should actually implement it so that the game object gets disabled, just so it doesn't even have to consider it at all. But there are ways around that. And I think I know exactly what I want to do with it. So I've got my UI simple fade toggle variable script here, which has an enable fade, how fast it should be, what the intensity of that fade should be, and then some kind of animation curve. So I could do like some weird flashy moves if I wanted to. Right now it's just like a curve, I think. Is it even implemented actually? No, I have not even used the animation curve. So, yeah. It would be possible to do something like that, but I guess I didn't need that, so I haven't done so. Basically, you could have like an animation that ramps up really quickly, but then attenuates or whatever, something like that. Anyway. Let's open the script. That would be the first step. And enable fade is technically a hidden value, or should probably be. So up here, let's do a game object. And then we say fade UI object. Let's call it something like that, maybe. So what we do is that we separate the game object that manages all the code and all the execution of the variables and all that. We separate that from the actual visual element that also acts as, you know, the blocking UI element. We separate those two apart so that we have one object that then in like a nest, we can put it in as like a nested thing in there, then has the actual visual element, because then we can enable and disable that UI element based on the intensity value of our fade, like what it's currently at. So if it's 0, then we need to disable the game object. And then if we run code that is supposed to, like, you know, now it has to be enabled because it's higher than 0, because some separate object is now telling us that it has to be, you know, be enabled, then we also enable the actual collision on the whole thing, right? So that will both disable the visual element entirely, but also manage the collision of it all. Hey, Salfire. Good to see you here. Dropping by shortly before bedtime. How you doing? Not broke a game again? Oh, I've broken it. I mean, I've broken the game, but I haven't broken it to that degree as yesterday, no. I'm currently just working on some UI related things today. Actually, let's put that in there. And we call you... This is actually already a prefab, so let's actually do it in here. I'm currently working on resolving some stuff. Oh yeah, don't worry about those. There's always errors in my Unity project. But those are like editor errors, as far as I am aware. But doesn't actually constitute like anything to worry about. Let's rename this to Fade Transition Manager. Oh yeah, we need to rename the file, that's fine. Then we need to take that image, paste it in here, remove that from there. Of course, it's gonna have like a weird scale and all. How do you do this again? It's like Shift and Alt, I think, right? Yeah, Shift Alt and then boom, screen wide. You need to see the game providing you some income in the future? I hope so. I mean, that is the plan. Otherwise, why would I be doing this? Right? I hope that will definitely be the case, though. I do have a pretty strict deadline, relatively speaking. I've got like 6 months basically to figure this shit out. Preferably sooner than that. About 5 months to make it profitable. The real game MonsterStone. Yeah, I mean, the reason why it's called Prelude is just because it's like I was trying to figure out how to sort of put it in the title without it being too overkill, you know, like Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance, right? Triple D. Or something crazy like that, which I kind of didn't want. And Prelude is just like, you know, it's the start of things, right? So this is both the start of my game development career in that sense, if it, you know, actually becomes profitable. Heard of double D, not triple D? It's just called 3D. It's a stupid pun. So you know the Nintendo made the 3DS, right? Which is their little like DS, but it had 3D capabilities without using 3D goggles, yeah? And they made a Kingdom Hearts game for it called Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance, which are 3 words starting with the letter D, and that's because it was on the 3DS and it had 3D capabilities. I think that's at least what I read into it. So make of that what you want. But yeah, it's like stupid. Triple D. A UI object. Is this the one? UI symbol. Yes. You play like the first Kingdom Hearts. Okay. Yeah, that's like very far down for Dream Drop Distance. Yeah, Dream Drop Distance was before Kingdom Hearts 3, right? Yeah, that was the title just before it. Not counting like remasters and weird stuff like that. And we want to set the color on this. I think we can just do it like that. I've played I've played like all the Kingdom Hearts, right? I just yeah. There are a few I haven't played. Like I don't think I've played the original. Yeah, I haven't played the original coded Kingdom Hearts coded. I've played it recoded. And I've played the Game Boy Advance version of Chain of Memories, but there's just some of them that I just never played on the original systems. And I mean, these days you can just get like the story so far, for instance, which is literally like most, like all the remakes that they've done. And, you know, you're missing out on a few games in between here and there, but it's, you know, it's something. Definitely something. Game object set active. But yeah, Kingdom Hearts is such a massive franchise. I mean, it's even like my follow sound comes from Kingdom Hearts, as a matter of fact, in case you were wondering where the submit thing comes from. It's just like an internal joke. And pretty much like also just a joke or running gag within the fandom, I think you can say. So let me just get this right. So if the fade intensity is equal to 0, then we do what again? If it is not equal to 0, then we subtract. Like so. So is it enabled? Yes. What sets this to be not enabled? That might be a problem. I don't think this sets the whether or not this should be enabled or not. So I might not be able to just plug it in here. The idea was to just say like, oh, enable the game object based on whether or not these values are as such. But it might not even get to that if the enable fade is not enabled. How does this work again? It's the yellow question of how did Dragon build this like 2 years ago? If we can't figure that out first. So what would be the best way? I think if we find the initialize first level here, go in and find the overlay. The question is, where does that happen? Loading screen transition. Get the fade transition, get its intensity. If it's not equal to 1, then wait while. This is where we set the enable fade, and then I think loading screen. Yeah, so this is where we enable and disable the fade. Is there a way for me to just simply check whether or not that bool changes? And then if it changes, then I can check what it changed to. And then based on what it changed to, I can enable and disable things. That would be an easy way to do it. I think there is something, right? No, those are all logic-based things. Yeah, like, for instance, on the toggle value change, that's like a very specific thing. Ideally, it would be like a on bool change or on variable change or something. Then again, that would probably not be performance friendly. Because I wonder what, like, how would it know if something changed if it doesn't check it like every frame? Maybe that is not the answer. Yeah, this runs every frame though. And then if it's enabled, it does one thing. If it's disabled, it does the other thing. So it's like whether or not it should fade in or fade out. So if it's enabled, it means it fades to black. And if it's disabled, it, you know, reemerges from total darkness. And then when it does those things, I need to check if a certain variable is true, like at a certain state, and if that is the case, then I can disable the game object layer, whatever. Maybe I'm overthinking it at the moment. Let's start with just making sure that the actual fading itself works. How about that? That might be a good place to start. Okay, I mean, it should technically just work already, because it was just like disconnecting the actual visual element from the one that holds the code. But we'll see. Yeah, so, I mean, it works, but we're in that situation right now where it's blocking the UI, which is what I wanted to do, but right now I needed to, like, yeah. This also isn't super performance great. 'Cause right now it's technically doing all this every update. Yeah, so it's checking two conditions. Probably not the biggest issue. What if we just do this then? Yeah, so now I can interact with the UI. Not exactly what I needed it to do. What if we add a sequence in here? So first, graphics reminds you of Banjo that I played the other week. Really, a lot of people compare it to Warcraft 3 whenever they mention like the graphics. Don't got a lot of space here. Okay, let's see. Fade out. Fade in. Fade out. Fade in. Let me just keep an eye on this fade overlay to make sure that it actually also does the thing that it's supposed to. Enabled, yeah. Cool. To Banjo Tooie. Oh, the plan is to wait until next year, maybe next birthday party, and then maybe tackle it there. I think is the current plan. I don't know exactly how I would go about that though, because the issue is Banjo Tooie is a much larger game. But you know, next year around April, the 25th of April, would probably be some Banjo Tooie stream, but over multiple days. Would be kind of weird though, because I mean I can't exactly celebrate my birthday over multiple days, right? That would be preposterous. But maybe we can figure something out. Yes! Yes! No more stupid shit. Nice. Just do it over a few days or weeks. Yeah, I could probably do it over like a few days. So in case you're wondering why I'm so happy right now, it's because I've been let's get this game out here so you guys can see what's going on and I can see what's going on. So the issue was that whenever I access the main menu here, notice how all these buttons are animating, and as soon as I hover away they should stop animating and stuff, and when I click them, you know, they're supposed to do their things and such. Can just get it started on the day or something. Was that monotone? I couldn't tell. It's because I've been working on this for hours, dude. Yes, the sound on the buttons is all there. And I've also got animations on all the things. And what I've been working on today is that it would do things like if I press new game, for instance, it would continue animating while the game was loading. and then it wouldn't stop animating, so that if you loaded the game and went into the main menu, it would already be animating still. That was part of the things that I've just resolved, and part of the issue was that fading overlay, this thing, wasn't blocking UI interactions whenever it was loading, because it had no collision thing or whatever, right? So it wasn't blocking this effect from triggering, and it caused an issue where I would basically load the thing, and then it would disable the game object that holds the main menu, and that would mean that all the main menu buttons would just be locked in that state, and as soon as I open it again, then they would just resume where they left off. And the way that it's currently working is that whenever you let me get a button here. Whenever you hover over a button, it checks on pointer enter, and then that tells it that it should animate. And once you leave the vicinity of that button, it tells the code to stop animating. The issue is that if you disable the game object, it doesn't register the on pointer exit event, because the game object just doesn't exist. So there's no collider to check if you leave the collision. There's no game object that's enabled to continue running the script either. So it doesn't know that it needs to actually do stuff. And that was part of the problem that I was resolving today, and it's been a heck of a long trip. But we've also implemented the sound effects for a lot of other buttons in the game. But not like that. Do want to separate this. Thank you very much. Ooh. So I've just been gradually testing various aspects of the game. I reckon we can probably just load to where we were before. Fingers crossed. So I don't have to redo all that. Yes. So this is my current test stage. I also got all the attenuation for the sounds for the trees and such working. Right now it's probably hard for you guys to hear that it's certain sounds are working because it's not mixed properly. But just know that it is working. Once I get some game options running where I can actually adjust the game audio volumes so that you guys don't get your ears blasted out, it's going to be a bit easier to make out, figures. It's going to be a bit easier to... I mean, if you mute, then... Yeah. Oh, that's not what you meant, I don't think. But it's very, very quiet. I know, Selfie, it would be. But yeah, this is just to show you in my OBS, this is currently what the desktop audio is like. And that's because I can't adjust the game audio. I can adjust it on my end because I can turn my speakers up and down, but you know, I don't want to ruin your guys' hearing. The plan is to just use the assets that I have, because I have some asset packs that have all these textures and icons for creatures, characters, items, you name it. Those are like the only things I haven't made myself. It's like icons for all these resources and such. Simply because, like, why reinvent the wheel if all these icons are like harmonious and can do the trick? And making 3D models of currently unknown amounts of creatures is a lot of work. There's a reason why the style of the game is what it is, because otherwise if I have to animate all these creatures and such, that's a lot of like small things that I need to make. Yeah, no, they're gonna stay like this for the time being. since it looks nice, but it doesn't really add to the gameplay. So it could be added in the future, but I've messed around with 3D modeling, and I mean, I've made all the free models for this, but I've messed around with animation is what I meant. And from my experience, making static models, super easy. Hard surface things like rocks, trees, like, you know, well, technically, you know, organic things. What I'm talking about is the difference between like character models versus inanimate objects, rather. Two very different things. Because if you need to animate something, you need to set up a rig for them, you need to weight paint all the vertices on the 3D model so that it moves with the motion of that rig that you made. And for humanoids, you can make a fairly generalized rig. But even then, like a goblin doesn't have the same like body posture as like a skeleton does. Similar to how a sheep has 2 legs more and no arms, right? So there's a lot of non-general stuff there that I have to do for each and every model, and that's just way too much work. "3D ones are for non-Prelude game." I actually have a 3D model that I made, and for like a tower defense test at some point, but that, I mean, it works, and I figured, learned a lot of stuff from it, but it also told me that, okay, I spent like an entire week making one creature, from like concept phase to 3D modeling to texturing to rigging to animating to implementing animations and so forth, right? So if it takes an entire week to implement just one creature, we're talking like months worth of work to implement all the creatures needed for a release of this. So yeah, you'd probably want a dedicated animator for that kind of stuff. 3D modeler, animator, before you dive into that stuff. Now, actually, let's test some UI things. Yep, that works. Do you want to progress? No. What if I say no? Does it still work? Yeah, there's something here I need to check. Did I miss something? No. I see. Where's that handled at? Hit a ping archon command works. Nice. If you hover, do they both pulse? I mean, they do. They do pulse. The issue is if I press the no button here and I reopen that UI, it continues pulsing even though it shouldn't. Why does it do that? You go back there. Yeah, it would. It would. Until the next time you open it up and hover over it. Exactly. Exactly, Selfire. So this is because when I press no, it disables the button. Oh, I know why. I know why. Because I haven't implemented the code in Idle Clicker. Now I need to remember where I did the thing for the Idle Clicker. Was it just in here? Crap. did I implement that? Fuck. How have I forgotten that? Okay. Time to go digging, trying to find the thing. New game button. Enter. How have I forgotten where the heck I did the thing? Where did I do the thing? Because in here, this is like, it's places like these where I need to implement the thing that I did. And because I can't remember how I did the thing, I can't find the thing that I did. Ah, shit, now I gotta find it somewhere. Where the heck did I put it? What button did I do it for again? It was for the West UI, which is somewhere around here. It's like all the way here, right? There it is. This is what I need. I need to rip that condition out and inject it anywhere that I'm doing something with these buttons, essentially. Well, most of them anyway. And that would be on level progression, right? Save area no button, end level yes button. Yeah. So I need to plug that in and then put it in between the button event and actually doing a bunch of other stuff. So let's see. End level no button. Is that the... No. What UI is this? This is the end level confirm yes no button. Okay, so this might be the place. Just because I want to see, make sure that this actually works before I go all in, you know? Actually, we can figure that out by just pressing the no button here. There it is. Okay, so that is the button that we need to change stuff for in this case. But I mean, I've already tested one place, so as long as I hook it up correctly, it should just, you know, work. You never fucking know, though. Can you see that? It stopped animating. And that's what this code basically does. It makes it... it ensures that the button animation finishes before it disables the UI where that button is located, essentially. Because anything beyond here is like setting active, like disabling UI and stuff. Which is probably not the best way of doing things in the big picture, but, you know. But what you're saying, Pig, is that Starbound server no longer corrupts, huh? If you watch this enough, you can make a game too? Probably. At least try and be educational when I'm doing this. And, you know, even if that's not quite enough, then hopefully it can inspire some people to appreciate video games more for what they are. clean this up a little bit, move this out of the way. I need more space. It's not that kind of script. It's so Peak has had or we have had a Starbound server, modded Starbound server running at his place for like almost a year now. And because Toto and Killer Keo were like looking into like Starbound stuff recently, I kind of mentioned it to Peak, and now he's like messing around with it. The reason why it's a special thing for Starbound is that there's no really good server tools for it. So if you're running modded Starbound, if you don't have custom scripts for it, the mods won't auto update, meaning that every time a mod updates, the server becomes inaccessible. Ah, did you get your drives, did you? Nice. That should be good on the Minecraft server too then. That's cool. That's really cool. Well, I'm looking forward to see if it has like an effect at least. Also, for those that are used to Unity, normally you can't edit code and change like things in runtime. But because I'm using Bolt, I can. I can even test it live while the game is running. Yeah, my brain is just working out a few things right now. So instead of having it done this way, right now I've got like a reference to the buttons in the game, and then in Idle Clicker, which is my like game manager essentially, I have a reference to all the different buttons that are in the general UI that does various things, so that I can access them. And then Idle Clicker just checks or listens for on-click events on those buttons. And that is why like all the enable and disabling of UI happens through here, which is not exactly the best. All right, Peak. See, looks like someone else is also learning new stuff today. But I just did realize that I could probably have done this event based, so that a button would send an event and then have like a game object reference that it could send the event to, and then it would appear in here, for instance, if I needed to do more than just disable UI. To be fair, I don't even need most of all this, because all it literally does is disable certain things, which is like a not so smooth way of doing it. And I've literally just today implemented a feature for all my buttons so that they can enable and disable UI elements outside of Unity's own UI system. So a lot of this is done in a stupid way. But it's situations like these that are edge cases, right? Because I have basically super units that contain code here as well as here. And not just that, but it continues on to then disable UI elements and do a whole lot of other stuff. Just on pressing one button, because it needs to like check a bunch of stuff. Can you actually do what you're trying to do, or should I just ignore you? And that's why most of the buttons are in here. And I think it's just like I didn't make a generic script that can handle the actual like basic interactions first and start out with the advanced things. And therefore I'm doing both advanced and very rudimentary interactions in the same way, even though doing the advanced interactions could be done through the generic script I have now. But you know, it doesn't really work being Captain Hindsight. Or at least it doesn't help you. So for the time being, I'm just gonna keep this as is. This is what you would normally consider like whether or not you want to do code refactoring, right? And there's no reason for me to change this. VCAP certification. What is VCAP? I have no idea what that is. Certification, I understand. That probably means like some kind of software that you basically get like a proof that you know how to use, right? VCAP. Sounds like something that captures something. But that's like, you know, just me guessing. Hmm. Oh shit, these have to be coroutines. Haha. Because I'm using the wait functions. Virtual machine? Where? Certified Advanced Professional VCAP is VMware's third highest certification level. Okay, but what kind of software is it though? VM kind of insinuates that it might be virtual machine, but again, just a guess. Make sure all these are code routines. Yes, it is. Okay. Should the embark button be continuous? Should it like keep animating while you're hovering over it? But right now it stops animating as soon as you click it once, but you can click it multiple times. I mean, all it does is just enable UI, so... It's all the way up there, that's why I don't see it. Let's just try and set this to continuous animation, see what happens. That's what happens. Yeah, that doesn't work. Because then it won't finish, like it won't do its thing until I hover away from it. So it's probably safer to not have it continuous then. Just trying to think if there's any way to do that. Yeah, I think that's probably for the better. Or actually, is it even... Because the reason why it doesn't work if it's set to continuous here is, and like here is because it of the thing I did in the in idle clicker. Don't mind that it's red. That's just because it required a coroutine. It does have one now. Shoot. Okay, let's try and find this button in here. Up here. So if I remove that logic from this particular button, it'll continue to animate even though we click it. That button doesn't need it if I want it to be continuous, and I can do that safely because the only way to disable this UI is by clicking in the background or clicking on this no button up here. There's no chance of me like getting this button to be stuck on embark and animating and stuff. Let's just keep that logic. Let's assign that continuous setting so that I don't forget for later, because we did do it while playtesting. And inspector variables do not stay when you press that play button. This one. Cool. Okay, let's try and see where we stand now then. Cool. Okay, so we're back. UI is a bit squished though. There we go. So all that is working like it should. Cool. This upgrade menu is kind of getting on my nerves because it was, or not that one, but these buttons were in front of it. Active level name UI, I think that one needs to... Ooh. Because the issue is it's because of this weird aspect ratio, which I do need to account for, right? Because you never know. If it's full screen, it's not an issue because it's so far to the right here. Those buttons don't even like get close to it. But as the screen width gets smaller and smaller, it starts overlapping things. And the reason why is because this UI element is anchored to the top right, whereas this top bar, if you will, is anchored to the middle top of the screen. And similarly, the stuff on the left is, you know, anchored to the left, so Obviously, no one would play with this resolution, so I don't want to account for that. Unless you're on a phone, I suppose. But then, you know, you would just force like horizontal mode if the game ever gets onto a phone, that is. But, you know, it's just important to think these things through when you're designing your game, because otherwise, if you haven't thought about it in the process, you might have a lot of work ahead of you. Want to progress to the next? Yes, I do. So let's test out this UI. Hmm. Okay, that's not exactly what was supposed to happen. Let me just minimize all this just so that Archie doesn't go completely nuts on me. I think it's this one. Why does this button not enable? Do I dare press this? Okay, it does work. It just didn't get enabled for some reason. Where are you? Not that one. Not that one. This one. What's up with you buttons here? Well, I guess we'll just have to take a look. So it would be level progression, where we just did a bunch of stuff. Or is it? Save slots 1 through 5. What do we have here? Ooh. I think I need to implement that stuff that we did in there as well. The game needs some sequel sounds. I mean, if you can filter out all the noise, which you probably can't, but I think I don't remember if I've got seagull sounds. I've got some atmospheric stuff, ambience. You can try. But these are just like forest birds, and you probably can't even hear it because it's so quiet. The music is very dominating in the game right now. Yeah, these are very subtle in comparison. Basically, I can't even hear it, so. I do have some levels where seagulls are going to be a thing, probably. I'm sure I can find some CC0 license sounds for seagulls. That was like a very generic thing, right? Now this is gonna be very ugly. Just making sure that these are connected to the right thing. So this is number 3, 4, 5. Bloop. Then I need to send all the flow through this wait while condition. One's through there, and one's through there, and one's through there, one's through here. Yes, and finally one's through there. Don't you just love this? Like, I can do this just to make it even worse, but it might actually be easier to see where things are going to. Okay, so... What happens if I press load right now? That might actually be a thing I have to fix in the future. Not now, though. Wait, what? What? Why is that such a big... Huh? Why is that so big all of a sudden? What the fuck? But why? I think I might know the answer, but... In order to see what's going on, I need to disable that and the main menu UI. Then we can enable this one. That was a weird thing. It's the text. Why is it like so big? When did that happen? Well, should be fixed now. Wonder if there's other UI that's like that. I really need to make a script that automatically enables these things. Maybe tomorrow. There it is. We've got 2 levels to transfer between now. This probably shouldn't be undulating either. Honestly, all these buttons here that have like a frame that they're in should not be animating. Should probably still have the sounds though. Because the problem is that when they animate, they go outside the bounds of like the mask that I'm using, which confines them to where they are. Hey, Demedius! Alright, Selfire. See you later. Thanks for dropping by as well. Your words of encouragement are always appreciated. Well, since we're in the 2nd level, we've got some new things that we can try. This one should just work. Yeah, it does. But what I actually want to test out is the crafting UI. Let's get some resources and see if we can't build this smithy over here. What do we need again? Citron, stone, so forth. There we go. That's kind of cool. I actually like the animations in here. Like how they pop out of the frame, that's kind of cool. And the visual feedback is pretty much on point, I would say. Not really anything I would feel like I need to change there. And this should also be safe to animate in here. Simply because can't exit this menu without like moving away from these interactable UI elements. Cool, well I think I've actually managed to do all that stuff that I needed to. You do not meet the requirements to progress. I think all that UI is working just as intended as well. So what do we need to make a mine? There's no UI in here, right? Oh, I know why. It's because I need logs from the 1st level, isn't it? Definitely need to tone that background music down because it's just like super dominant. Well, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Also need like a sparkly sound when these buildings are erected. But yeah, they don't have any interactable UI. It's all visual. It's just an auto mine, really. I also thought of a way how to balance these things. Because it's basically like just generating resources on its own gradually, right? So I was thinking like, oh, these have like a capacity for their production, and then that's another thing you could upgrade. So the auto production capacity. So like you can have more than that auto production capacity, but you would have to mine things manually to exceed that. I think one of the next things we're also implementing is the inbuilt auto clicker to this game. And I've been thinking a little bit on, because I've always wanted to do this in the game, making built-in auto clicker. And I did do a little bit of brainstorming, and I've kind of come up with a couple reasons why you would want one as well. Beyond, trying to get around carpal tunnel syndrome and such. Not like it's currently really that big of a deal compared to a normal clicker game. But, I do want to offer that as an accessibility feature for people. And I don't see any reasons why not. Because a lot of people have a tendency to use auto-clickers anyway. But the thing I've figured out and came up with is that I can actually do some really cool stuff by building it into the game. Since right now, every time you click on a tree or a rock or whatever, it just plays that sound every time. But if I build in an auto clicker, I could put a limit, like I could integrate it with Wise and put a limit on how many sounds it may play back to back that way. I think you can do that anyways though, but I haven't quite figured out like how it works with Wise yet. But I can do more than that even, like, I can put in a system where, oh, if you're using the auto clicker, for instance, it doesn't play a sound, just generally speaking. Right? So I could make a bool check somewhere that checks, oh, is the auto clicker running? And then if yes, then don't play these particular sounds, so that you don't get like overwhelmed with sounds all the time, But then keep it for the auto harvesters, because it's like one sound played every time they harvest something, which is, not terrible. It's tolerable. Oh, right. I forget the third level is another story level with a ton of dialogue. Figures. So we're missing the button that's supposed to be able to take me back to the storyline level. The reason why that is pretty obvious, I think. Because it goes back to what we were doing in level progression here. So we need this logic here, but now the big question comes, where do I fucking put it? Where is the thing that I need to find? Somewhere I'm basically checking if the next level should be a storyline level. And question is, main story save slot. I think this is just it. Yeah, this is it. Was one of the save area buttons pressed? Yeah, I want to scale you down. There we go. Do we have a saved level yada yada? Bunch of warnings that shouldn't be a problem. I think it's just because it says like value has an invalid connection or something. But I mean, you can do this. How is that invalid? Because this is a list of game objects, so how is that invalid? Oh, it's because, oh, right. It's because it, I think it still works without, yeah, there were some things changed in Unity at some point. But I don't think it breaks the functionality of it, at least. I'm trying to remember. Area main story button get. Question is, where do I enable that button? Is that like the very last thing I do? Yes. The very last thing I do over here. I wonder where are the save slots again? They were in here. Did they also have that weird quirk? Yes, they do. Well, just to make sure that I don't freak out in the future. Gonna nip it in the bud. Nip it in the bud. So instead of parent, it's just called P, and instead of name, it's just called N. For some reason. No idea why, but my guess is that something in my Unity project changed. I don't really recall, because it's been a while since I updated the Unity project, and I tried to do it when I resumed development sometime earlier this year, and I just agreed with myself that I didn't want to touch that because it was a rabbit hole that I was not ready to dive into. And it would just be a cascade of potential problems that were just going to be emerging. Now the question is, what happens if I load? Of course we'll go, and that's a bit of rollback, because we were back here before we went onwards. Now that doesn't work. Why does that not work now? Grrr. It was working just a moment ago. There was like some error message down there. What? This time it worked. Wonder why. It's possibly due to how the variables are handled. get that in full screen. All right. And make sure that we're not on the flow graph, otherwise it's gonna lag like crazy. Okay, so yeah, in order to progress from this level, you have to make this smithy. Yeah, there's quite a lot of variables that get thrown around for the saving and loading of the game. There's a lot of lists that have to be basically cleared out if I load a game mid-save. And there's a bunch of UI elements that have to be enabled and disabled whenever you do that too, so that you don't accidentally have things enabled that are not supposed to. If I remember correctly, basically the way it works is that if I load the game, I first disable everything that is not enabled by default, and then in the loading process it then detects, okay, do I have saves present, and then it enables the UI elements as it's, you know, loading the game. Speed it up just a little bit. This is also one of those things I want to be able to make it so that you can upgrade. Manual crafting speed. You also need some stuff out of these crystals. This lightning essence. Fingers crossed. It didn't give me the second save slot, which it isn't supposed to. Right. But it didn't give me the thing that it was supposed to give me. Or is that because... no, wait, it's because it's not supposed to give me that yet. Right. Because this is my current active level. Okay, so it's the second level bookmark that didn't get generated for some reason. Why is that? What happens if I load my game? Yeah, so we have our first level bookmark. What if we complete and save that to second save slot? Now it appears. What? Is that like a thing where if we're on like a cold save or whatever, like a fresh save, then or fresh start rather, it has like some variables that need to be initialized and it doesn't get to that until the second time around, is what it feels like? Maybe, just maybe. Yeah, so obviously we do have our save slot here, so that seems to be working. Okay, that is working now. My suspicion is that it's just because I was like changing the the flow macros while the game was running, and that's why they weren't showing up until the second time around, because the code was basically getting stuck due to the previous testing. That seems to be fine. And then if I say leave area, we get that button. That was the button that I was trying to find. So if I press... that's not animating. It's also not making a sound. I forgot this button, I guess. Main store toolbar button. Isn't this the button? This is the button. Why you no play sound though? Could it be because no? Because I'm hovering over it just fine. Hmm? Oh shit, I know exactly what it is. I know exactly what it is. I've got the script on there, but I don't have the freaking flow macro. Flow machine macro. Same. There we go. Can't run any flow machines without the flow being on there, can you now? Let's try that again. Button by button, all the feedback is coming in. Load game. Welcome to the Golden Glow Caverns. And see you, Golden Glow Caverns. We're heading onwards to the next level. Should probably implement some kind of skip all dialogue button. Also, this level is not finished. So empty. There we go. I like how these buttons have these buttons pop out, and then that's kind of cool. I like it. But yeah, that button is like separate from the individual levels. So we can go between the very first level that we bookmarked, we can go to the Golden Glow Caverns, which was bookmarked as number 2, and we can go back to the main level that we progressed to, which is the Ever Frozen Lake at the moment, by clicking whichever number we're like located at. There's not a separate button for you to return to the current level, you just press the same one. So you have to remember, I guess, that Golden Glow Caverns in this case is on your save slot too, but it's a minor thing. And then you can of course go to the storyline mission, which is that separate tab. And the reason why that is so that you can continue progressing through these infinite levels whilst, you know, putting a hold on progressing the main story. So if there's something in the main story where there's a quest that requires you to get like really advanced like subcomponents that requires you to do specific crafting you cannot do in the areas that you currently have, or a resource that just doesn't even exist in the areas you're having, or you've run out of something that you need to progress, like all those conditions might apply, right? So that way you can continue progressing through levels until you find one that gives you the resources you need. And after harvesting them, then you can progress the main story. That is kind of the idea, at least. But it's a bit up in the air on the priority in implementing all this story stuff. Because some people think it's cool, but the dialogue that's in right now is quite heavy because it's not really spaced out like it needs to be. But I think there's a lot of potential for it. Because storyline missions could also be used for like gameplay mechanics that break the normal game loop, so think like puzzles or that kind of stuff. And I have experimented with some in-world puzzle solving where you're like moving lasers around and interacting with like what's essentially like a pressure plate puzzle, but you know, you're clicking on the pressure plates to trigger them instead of moving a character around, you know, because that is your character, that is the cursor, right? Or at least the manifestation of your character, if you will. Anyways, are we done testing is the big question. Because I think we're pretty much there. All these buttons are doing exactly what they currently should be doing. And I won't really be able to improve upon that more until I make the interactions more advanced. So yeah, I think that's all Gucci. So we managed a lot of stuff today. And that is also where, unfortunately, I think we'll have to call it. Because I don't want to overdo it. There's another day tomorrow. There we go. So you got to be here a little bit, Demedius, if you're still here. It is what it is. Make sure to save the project. And let me go over to the talking scene. Just a smidge, yeah. Is it because of time zones you can't get here earlier? I would like to know, like genuinely. Because it is the weekday, so I don't expect people to pop by when I'm streaming super early on weekdays. This is also like a test run anyway. On the other side of the world, and yes, it's the time zones. Figured as much. You're waking up and starting work. I see. Yeah, that is unfortunately how it just has to be. I was looking into what the golden hours are for where I'm in, like Denmark. And the golden hours for Twitch streaming for me is somewhere around 7 to 8 a.m. Like if I start stream at like 8 a.m. is like golden hour of activity on Twitch, time zone wise, for Denmark at least. I'm not awake at 8 a.m. because I would have to get to bed much earlier than I'm currently at. I usually wake up at the earliest at 10 a.m. which means that after, you know, potentially shower and breakfast and all that stuff, we're talking about like an hour to 1 hour and a half before I start streaming. That's why the current stream start time is at 1 p.m. until basically now and like ish. It's like a ground rule pretty much. So it is what it is. But it's also like, you know, this is just a couple of extra streams for anyone who wants to pop by and see me work on the game. So if you catch an hour out of 5 hours or whatever, we're in 6.5 right now. That's also cool because it means that, you know, I get to see you guys. And it means a lot to me. Speaking of the end of the stream today, I think I know who we want to raid because we're going on a raid today. So hopefully you want to stick around for that. Tumbles is playing Factorio. I mean, it's basically programming, so why don't we go and say hi to him? He's been in here recently, so let's repay the favor. Let me spell this correct. Yes. And the plan is to do this, you know, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays moving forward, basically on a weekly basis, because otherwise how will I ever make this game, you know, finished in any capacity? If there's again a day that I need to spend some time watching tutorial videos, I won't bother you guys with like a boring stream where I'm just watching someone else doing all the work, figuring things out for me. And then I'll like take a day off to figure that shit out. And then return once I'm a bit more comfortable, you know, working on it basically. And yeah, on a week-to-week basis is what I want to do this. Both to motivate myself to keep going, get the game done, and then also to show you how the process is working out and all that. So if you want to stick around for those streams in the future, do feel free to drop by. If not, I will see you on the weekends when I'm trying to stream regular gameplay, which unfortunately I'll have to skip this weekend. But, you know, until next time, basically. So I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, and I will see you all on another one. Bye, Toto. And everyone else too. Have a good one. Bye bye. Bye bye.